Good morning, my MGTOW brothers. It's a fine morning, a great morning for driving. That guy's hauling ass. Hope he didn't flip over on me. Jesus Christ. Cheese and rice, beans and toast. Oh my goodness. I'm running a little behind. I didn't get the coffee. Oh my God. Hey, look, it's a KOA campground. Morning, Dr. Dree, Kevin, Riggs, Moki. What's up, SCE? Good morning. Don't think that's the right way to go. I don't think so. Not for Brandon. We're going to stop and look at our map again because my fucking cup truck GPS is wrong. I looked at it earlier today and it didn't look this way. I ain't taking this pig into a fucking residential area. Nope, 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 not gonna do it. Roaster gonna get turned around though. Be right back. All right. Well, I'm here at my drop. Doesn't appear that they're really working yet. I'm going to see if I can find shipping and receiving. Interesting post there, Char. Holy fuck. Be right back. Sammy has to go pee pee. All right, I'm parked. I hope everybody's doing well today. It's a beautiful day for a drive. Sam, if you want to play snake, bring me the snake. The snake? Uh, how's it going, Zechariah? Hey, Spearman. Yeah, it'll be com data. Isn't that nice? They want $375 to unload me. Uh, Hey, good morning, Chaos. Be right back. I hope everybody's doing good. Chaos, I tried to get into your stream last night, but Bob had already gone to sleep and didn't let me in. But I'm kind of pissed this morning. I haven't had my coffee. I come here, these guys want to charge me $375 to get unloaded, and nobody in my office is fucking there working yet. They scheduled it, had their fucking hair on fire for me to get here by 6 a.m. After I spent fucking 14 hours behind the wheel yesterday, and now these motherfuckers don't have their shit together. I'm fucking pissed. Ah, congratulations, man. I wouldn't move to Alaska if I was you. There's no fucking work up there. And like you say, everything's really expensive. You know, if you're going to move remote, you're going to pay the price because nothing's made there and everything has to be shipped. And you got to pay assholes like me to bring the stuff. Yeah, I don't understand why, like, I can do the cold more than I can do the heat. But my dog, he wants the heat. So fuck him. I'll get him a coat. Yeah. Be right back. I'm going to try calling again. I know them sons of bitches get to the office at fucking 6. Good morning, Grinch. All right, Grinch. I've got your message pinned. It works when I push on it, Grinch. So I think you did it right. Yeah. Uh-huh. You tell him, Sam. Don't want your cold nose pushing my hand to where you want it to be. If I wanted to pet you, I'd be petting you. I got my arm around you and you're sitting on my lap. That ought to be good enough. Have him a coffee. Don't be a bitch. Okay? No bitches. No bitches. We don't like bitches, Sam. Ah. Don't know what to tell you, Grinch. But did you know that in 15 more fucking videos, we will have 1,000 videos? Good night. Have a good. I'll catch you later, Chaos. Bye bye. Good morning, RO. Sam, you can jump. You're coming up, you're going down. You're coming up, you're going down. Well, motherfucker, you can jump. I know you can jump. I'm not picking you up anymore. I'm tired of it. I fucking haven't had my coffee, and you're being a bitch. You didn't want to pee when we were outside when you were saying, I have to have. Well, my office isn't working. You're wanting fucking 100% of my attention. You don't even want to play Snake when we play Snake, and now you want me to pick you up so you can dance around, stomp on my nuts, and then jump down again. No, not going to happen. We're going to go outside, and I'm going to throw the snake. And if you don't chase the snake, we're still going to be outside. That's what's going to happen. You have way too much fucking energy, and I have way too little patience. Hello?
Good morning. Are you getting worked over by a chihuahua?
I am. I'm getting worked over by a chihuahua. I have a fat bitch wanting $375 to unload my truck, and I have an office who doesn't fucking want to answer their phones.
Are you in Texas?
No, I'm in fucking Missouri, in
Oh,
Springfield. My
so they
company
want.
had their fucking hair on fire to get this here by 6 o'clock, but they can't fucking give me the tools I need to get the goddamn thing unloaded. Which that tool would be money.
$375 to unload a truck.
Yep.
And they're the ones that want the product.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Well, they got to pay their illegals in cash, so.
And here I am getting paid by the mile, not moving.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I sent you a great song for the morning.
I saw that. I used the song that I sent you for my reply to your previous video. Great video, by the way. I made that a community post for our friends in Pittsfield, Massachusetts.
Oh. The Frankie one?
No, not the Frankie one.
Oh.
The one after that.
Okay. I'll have to check it out. I don't think I've seen it yet.
That's a great video. Hello, Mr. Zombro, sir.
What's up? How are you guys?
Good morning, Eric.
Doing good. How about yourself?
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Missed you, brother. Haven't talked to you for a week or two. I got a strike. I was a naughty pig.
Oh, shame, shame, shame.
Yeah. I quoted the CDC, and YouTube didn't like that. They called it medical misinformation.
Well, I guess the CDC's been spreading medical disinformation then.
Well, that's actually a factual statement. let's be honest.
Yeah, you watched that shit from Fauci yesterday? I always had an open mind.
But he's the guy who said, "I represent science, and if you deny me, you deny science." You can't make this up.
No.
They want to be able to do what they want, say what they want, and not face any consequences when it blows up in their faces.
Well, he's been killing people in the name of science since the fucking AIDS crisis in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
He's been killing beagles for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, let's not forget, like, leftists would rather save puppies than animals more than humans. So, you know, this guy's got more animals he's got probably has a higher body count of animals than he has people. Or right around the same.
Are you talking sexually or,
I'm talking KIAs.
Yeah. I was trying to make a little joke out of it.
No, I know. I don't know. He might have a good body count in that too.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
A little peanut butter.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. Was he under a congressional investigation or what was it?
Marjorie Taylor Greene excoriated him. It was nice. And then there was a woman sitting in the front row with a shirt that said "Arrest Fauci" or something like that.
I saw a picture of that. It said "Jail him." Jail
Fauci. Yeah. It was something along those lines.
Yeah.
Just take your booster. You'll be okay.
Yeah, no. No way. And you know what's funny is that my mother, she was part of the medical, and she lined up like a freaking sheep like the rest of the morons. I was like, I'm not touching that. I don't know, man. I don't understand how one person got that shot. It's crazy. Especially now with the aftermath of it. But we should probably stop. We should probably stop talking about that so that Brandon doesn't get another strike.
No. We should talk more about it because getting the fucking strike is a badge of honor in my fucking. They might take my channel down. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to start fucking lying, and I'm not going to stop talking about fucking people out there murdering us. Our goddamn government's killing us. They have no care. They have no fucking regard for our lives, and they fucking don't face any penalties when they do it. Why the fuck should we sit there and fucking take it because some fucking faggot in San Francisco sitting behind a keyboard gets offended? Fuck those sons of bitches.
I agree. But just going back to what you said, I got into this heated debate with this moron from, I forget where the hell he was from, but he was like, well, the government always has our best interests in heart. I was like, the same government that purposely injected a whole bunch of black men with syphilis to study the results. The same government that marched thousands of cops and firemen down at the ground zero and said that there's no danger of the air you're breathing.
The same government that sent our fucking Marines to Camp Lejeune to drink poison water for fucking 40 years and give them all cancer. The same government that fucking
Yeah.
put soldiers out in the deserts and fucking blew bombs up around them to see if they fucking would die. The same government that fucking infected people on the subway with fucking the flu to track the spread of disease. The same government that fucking put radioactive waste into our fucking water supply to track the fucking movement and its effect on our thyroids. That same fucking government.
Yeah, that government. It's crazy. Anyway, have a great day, gents. Take care. Safe travels. God bless, Brendan.
Bye-bye.
And like that, he's gone. He comes in like a whirlwind. We have a quick discussion and then he bails.
Yeah, well, that's the Zombro thing. He is the poster child for adult ADD. Brilliant fucking guy. He's 10 times smarter than any of us. But he doesn't have any patience for any bullshit. That's what I love about him.
Yeah, he does the Irish exit. Oh, this party sucks. Hey, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick and then gone. I've done that a few times.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Yeah, there was a story of, when my mom was growing up, basically where we grew up is east of the Hanford Nuclear Reservation. And there's stories that the government was putting radioactive isotopes in the children's milk, the school lunch programs, to see what it would do.
Yeah.
That was back in the late 50s, early 60s. Or I should say mid 50s. Where I grew up, there's a very, very, very high rate of cancers and MS. MS real bad.
Yep. Shocking.
Yeah, I guess if you're downwind from a nuclear reservation that's had some leaks in the past, had some oopsies,
or downstream,
right?
Or the cattle that you get your fucking milk from are.
Yeah. Well, I got to get up and get ready to go to work.
All right.
What are you going to end up doing? You're going to just pay the frickin' extortion fee and see if your company will reimburse you?
Fuck no. If these guys want something paid, they're going to pay it. I'm not going to fucking pay it. I don't give these people a penny. They pay me.
That's ridiculous, a $375 unload fee. There shouldn't be any unload fees. You're the ones that ordered the fucking product.
Well, the way this happens, and I have no idea why this is the way things are done, is the company that ordered it has outsourced their warehouse to a third party.
So the warehouse is a bunch of probably undocumented people.
More than likely. I don't know. I can't see inside.
And they pay them cash because they're not on the record.
And they have to take, a cut for their management too. And it makes sense to some fucking accountant to do it this way. But it fucks me.
Yeah.
It fucks me.
Hey, I hear there's a nice Japanese steakhouse in Springfield.
There is. I ate there with some guy one time, and he was really sweet and bought the meal. But I didn't put out for him, so.
Well, it sounds like he was a real nice fella.
Yeah. it was okay. I don't think it was worth the price that they charged us. But
My stuff was good.
my stuff was good too, but it wasn't a fucking, what was that, $120 for two people?
Yeah. I think that's what it was after tip or whatever. It was either
Yeah.
120 or 140.
Yeah.
You got to take drinks in their consideration too. They charge the shit out of you for them.
Yeah.
But
Sake.
crazy sake.
Yeah.
I gotta get going. We will talk to you later. Hopefully, you're not there later in the afternoon, sitting in the same spot.
Yeah, I hope so too. Have a good one, Abe. Be safe.
Yeah, later.
I'll send you another song.
Oh, thank you.
Anytime. Bye-bye.
Later.
All right, folks. I'll be right back. Yay. Chihuahua.
So, good morning.
How are you this fine, fine morning?
Congested. Ugh.
Okay. Is there anything wrong or it's not a problem?
This is not a problem. I think I think it's just allergy.
Fuck. Well, I'm here at my delivery point, and they need $375 to unload me.
Extortion.
Yeah, it's lumper fee, and nobody is at the office to answer the fucking phones.
Is that normal? You getting shaken down to have your shit unloaded?
Depends on where I am. Usually in this part of the country, no, it's not normal. Down around Laredo, yeah.
Sounds crooked.
It is.
It's
That's
like
what happened.
don't they want the product that you're hauling?
Yeah. Well, the worst one that I ever went to was actually in Birmingham, Alabama. I was at the Piggly Wiggly warehouse when they wanted over 600.
I don't get it.
I don't either.
Just open the doors and fucking dump the clutch and let it all slide out. Say, there you go, boy. There you go, boys. Can I get someone to sign for that?
Well, actually, if you want to do the kinetic unload, you back up at a high rate of speed and slam on the brakes.
And then, okay, there you go.
I don't have the type of acceleration you're talking about.
I see.
Maybe if I was driving a 1972 Dodge Dart with a Hemi, I could do it. But
Maybe.
Morning, Sam. What's up, Snake?
Yeah, you dump it all in the parking lot. And can I get a signature for that, boys? Thank you. Can you pay by credit?
I ain't gonna fucking pay nothing. They're not getting any of my money,
No,
credit or debit or anything.
pay by and then cancel the card right after.
It'd be great. It'd be great if I could use my company gas card to do this with. That would be fucking perfect. What's up, Dak? Grinch, how do you make that happen? We can all be pissed off about it, but fucking shit ain't gonna move till money changes hands.
Yeah, it sounds sketchy to me.
That's just the nature of this business. It's part of the thing.
Why? Yeah, but why is it not taken care of with all the paperwork of the load and all that? Why is it the driver's got to carry around $600 cash to be
I don't
robbed?
have to. I don't have to.
Oh,
It's all
okay.
it's paid with the fucking com data check. Why is it fucking taken care of at the last fucking minute? That's
Yeah,
what I'm.
yeah,
Why isn't it part of the fucking fee? Why don't they just fucking exchange fucking paperwork between offices? That's the part I
yeah,
don't fucking get.
yeah. Well, it's like it seems like you're the wrong guy to be, collecting that or
You know,
forwarding that to anybody.
this is from back in the days of fucking cash transfers and fucking paper checks. They just haven't fucking updated their fucking system.
Sounds like back in the day of extortion and Teamster racket.
Nah, that's still fucking no. That, that hasn't gone away. In fact, it's just gotten worse. They just fucking take care of it all electronically now.
Oh, this doc monkeys put this in their pocket. Thank
Yeah,
you, senor.
yeah. I don't give a
We go
fuck
we
who.
go buy tequila.
Yeah, no, I don't give.
Cerveza. Ole.
Well, the one who winds up fucking paying for it is the fucking consumer, right?
Damn.
At the end of the day, because I'm hauling fucking solo cups. I bet you this adds a fucking
Solo
quarter to the price of to a price of fucking to a gross of solo cups. I bet it adds
Yeah.
a quarter to every fucking gross. This kind of crap. No.
Solo cups, you say?
Yeah.
They're
That
definitely
solo cup.
light enough for a kinetic. They're definitely light enough for a load.
Hey, I told you you could jump up here, Sam. You didn't believe me. You sat there and bounced all there looking hopefully. I knew you could fucking get up here on your own.
Pick me up, senor. Pick me up.
Yeah. It's now a quarter till 7. They should have been in the office at 6. So I'm going to make another phone call. I'll be right back.
All right.
Nada. And
Uh,
I know he's at his fucking desk now because the son of a bitch pushes the automatic fucking go to voicemail button. You know, instead of having it ring a few times, you just one ring and then push.
wants to finish his coffee.
I don't
Leave me
give
alone.
I don't give a fuck. I haven't had my coffee because I was scrambling to get here on time. That motherfucker had me behind the fucking wheel yesterday for 14 fucking hours. Uh, he doesn't get that fucking luxury. You know, I barely had enough time to do my fucking mandatory 10 and get on the road.
Does he text you like the old dispatcher? Send him a text.
Oh, I sent him a text already. I sent him a text when, you know, I sent him one at 6 o'clock. I sent him one at 6:30, and I'm sending him one right now.
I will not be ignored, Dan.
A little fucking pissant run too. 76 fucking miles. Now, if I was a fucking local driver and getting paid by the hour, I wouldn't be sweating this shit.
Listen, you're doing a valuable service. College kids across the country need those solo cups.
Yeah, they do.
How else? How else they going to play beer pong?
Right. Yeah, that is kind of gay, Moki.
The hot round.
Yeah. The only thing it'd be more gay is if he was saying, "Hey, can you shoot a hot load?"
Gay.
Yeah. Hey, once is all it takes, RO. Taste the rainbow. Fuck. Back. Well, I finally got the fucking money. Fancy that. It took them 52 fucking minutes to do something they should have had fucking done ahead of time. 1, 5, 7, 4, 8, 1, 7, 7, 9, 2, 4, 2, 0, 6. All right, I'll be back. I gotta walk into the office.
Okay.
right. You're a good boy. You are a good boy. Get off my hand. I just gave him the 375 and Sam gave him a tip.
You give him a tip.
Sam gave him a tip. That's right. He's a good boy. He's a
Good
good
boy.
dog. Good dog. Shouldn't take him long to unload this fucker.
No, one strong gust. One strong wind should blow it all out.
Yep. Ugh. I need to make my bed. Not that somebody's just going to come along and unmake it, but I didn't do it this morning because I fucking slept in. There. Now the bed's made. Sammy, maybe you shouldn't lick that grease on my pants. Just because it smells different doesn't mean that it's good. That's disgusting, Grinch. It's fucking stolen valor. Stolen valor.
Oh.
You keep that up, Arrow, they're going to want an apology from you.
Mm-hmm. How dare you? How dare you?
They probably brought in nurses after the fucking beachhead was established, and they're calling them D-Day veterans. Ain't nothing. They're just a bunch of pogues. Did they see some fucking horrible things? Did they see some fucking suffering? Sure. Did they experience the suffering for themselves? Most likely not. Any of them get cut down by fucking machine guns when they're wading through the surf, trying to get to the fucking beach? Nope. You know what a World War II fucking beach landing meant? It meant having too many fucking people for the enemy to kill with their machine guns. Too many targets. It wasn't finesse. It wasn't fucking maneuver or anything like that. Those cunts on ABC, I don't blame the veterans. They probably didn't know what the fuck was going on. Those cunts on ABC to fucking portray something that didn't happen as something that happened, you know, it pisses me off. Stolen valor. Oh, they worked at the fucking airport. And they probably had office jobs.
Someone had to do the paperwork.
Ah, that's true. They run up the beach with that fucking typewriter?
No, but they had to do all the notices for the fuckers that got mowed down.
Yep. You know, that had to have been a shitty fucking job.
Hell yeah.
But still ain't the same as fucking facing those goddamn machine guns.
No. But you don't want them to face the machine guns.
I didn't do anything like that.
If they fought the machine guns would have came through them.
Let's see. I'm going to do a real quick Google search. I'm going to search, were any women killed landing on D-Day?
On the beaches of Normandy, how many women were mowed down? None. Would they have even let them at that time? Yeah, I don't think they would have let them either, even if they were willing.
No, there were none. In the United States, only 38 women service members died in all
Over the whole
of
war,
World War
the whole
II.
war.
In the whole war, 38.
That was probably because the fucking airfield they got hit. They were at got hit with bombs or something.
Well, there was one transport in the Pacific that got fucking
Oh,
submarine
sunk. Okay.
sunk,
Yeah.
torpedoed. And the rest of them were just fucking random fucking, you know, collateral damage to rear echelon areas. But they didn't put women in combat.
They died getting run through. And that's a good thing they didn't put them in combat because you wanted to win, right? Like, you know, I'm all for putting them on the front line if you don't care about the outcome.
I'm different. Personally, I think there ought to be two requisites for fucking serving. I mean, for voting. One, serve in the military. Two, own property or a business.
Yeah, I would say like either or. Not everybody's going to be able to serve.
No, I would have to say both. If you're gonna vote for people to go and fucking die for their country, you should also have taken that fucking chance yourself. If you're not willing to fucking pay the ultimate price, then you shouldn't be able to fucking send other people to do it. Secondly, if you're not fucking paying into the system, if you're not a fucking net tax payer, you shouldn't be able to fucking determine what the money that the system spends on is fucking, how that money is spent. If you're a receiver of the largesse, you should take what you get and be thankful for it, not fucking determine how the money is fucking spent. You can vote yourself a fucking raise that way. And they have.
You know what happened?
Yeah, I know what happened.
Yeah,
Would you
yeah.
like to?
Anybody of any importance isn't going to serve in the front lines like your ideal situation. They're going to get stationed. Remember George Jr. Bush? How'd he serve?
He was in the National Guard.
Yeah, and that was considered serving his country.
Yep.
War
It got him
hero.
out. It got him out of the fucking draft.
How did Prince Harry serve?
He was
Flew
a fuck.
flew
He was
around
a
in a helicopter in no place
yeah.
were ever in danger. Get out of here. These
Hey,
guys get
at least he fucking
specialized
did.
posts.
At least he fucking did it.
I know, but your whole theory is that they should be willing to they never put their lives on the line. Sure, they got medals. Sure, they got uniforms. But fuck that. You're kidding yourself if you think they were ever in any danger.
Look at Joe
To
Biden's
protect,
fucking kid.
same
Fucking
shit. I don't know. These privileged politicians start off with a rank.
Sammy, shut up. 157. Shut up, will you? Sam.
Vote Biden! Vote Biden! Vote Biden!
Shut up. It's 1574177924206.
And is that COM data or EFN?
It says authorization number.
Okay, so we don't know for sure.
Nope.
Okay.
All right. He's right. Sammy's a good dog. Hey, JR. All right, I got a new job.
Nice.
Got to go back to Joplin, pick up a trailer, take it to Ohio. It's today the 4th. I ain't gonna haul a Skittles trailer. Ain't gonna happen. If you want to taste the rainbow, drive down to Houston.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, Paul. There we go. There's your answer, RO.
Rainbow dog. Rainbow puppy.
Here comes Heffalump. All right. I got to make a phone call. Sam, I know she's there. Thank you. Sure. Well, you might want to put that as 8 o'clock, but. No, somebody might look at that. Oh, no, that's my pen. Okay. Thank you. You too. Bitch couldn't run the fucking system. They got the forklift driver to do it. He fucking knew how to run it.
She probably makes twice what he does too.
Probably. All right, paperwork's done. And we're off. $2 to unload 75 fucking pounds of product. Excuse me, 7,500 pounds of product. 2 hours.
7,500 pounds of solo cups. Holy shit!
Yeah,
I bet
a
you
lot
the
of fucking
pallets,
stuff.
the pallets made up all the weight, right?
Probably. There was, 22 pallets and 50 pounds a piece. So that's 500 or 600 pounds of 600 pounds of that was fucking pallets. Got to figure the big fucking cardboard box they come in probably weighs another fucking 5 pounds, and there was, you know, probably 100 of those boxes per pallet. Most of it's the fucking packaging.
That's what I was gonna say. The packaging's all the major weight.
My next job is Columbus, Ohio. Drop and hook on both ends of this fucking route.
That's a good haul, isn't it? From where you're at?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
600 or 700 miles.
Right on.
Doesn't matter where I stop on the way. I'm stopping at a Love's. I need a shower. I didn't fork over the money for one last night.
Stinky trucker.
Mm-hmm. I'm also going to stop about 3 o'clock this afternoon
How come?
because I only feel like working 10 hours today.
Oh, job action.
Yeah.
Hey, no problem.
No problem.
No problem.
And I'm going to get some coffee down here at Hood's.
Good idea.
I haven't had coffee, and I'm a grumpy bastard today.
Oh,
Jesus. Get bad attitude. Fucking. Rawr, rawr, rawr.
that's choice, you know.
Yeah. I'm choosing to be grumpy.
Yeah.
Well, I tried calling you last night, and then you tried calling me, and
Yeah. We're like ships passing in the night.
yeah. Yours came in while I was eating,
Ah,
And then I forgot about it after I got done eating, went to sleep.
That's okay.
I was right in the middle of eating a delicious, super fucking juicy cheeseburger, and I didn't want to touch my phone.
I don't blame you.
It was a restaurant cheeseburger, you know, the kind where
Mm.
you actually get real fucking vegetables on your fucking cheeseburger.
Mhm. I didn't have anything profound to say. You didn't
Yeah.
miss anything.
Well, we're faced with a conundrum,
Oh,
right? Well, yeah, it's the same conundrum we've had for a long time. We have to gatekeep,
Mm.
but how do we gatekeep without engaging the people that we're trying to gatekeep out, to, you know, to exclude? But on the other hand, people are tired of the fighting, but they also don't want to have, you know, these types of influences in. So what do you do? How do you balance that?
Yeah, it is a bit of a conundrum.
Yep.
I don't know. We can't police the internet.
I'm not trying to police the internet.
Well, a section of the internet. I liked my tribute video.
And here's Hoods.
Hoods.
Hey, Hemi, did you know that in 14 more videos, we will be at 1,000 videos?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
think I'm gonna get me some biscuits and gravy and some hash browns.
Ooh, a little sustenance. Nice.
Get Sam a side of sausage to go.
Ooh. Now you're talking, gringo. Side of chorizo for the little dog.
Yeah. All right. Well,
All
I'll
right.
be back.
See you in a minute.
All right. Come on, take the time. There you go. Stupid fucking piece of shit old clock. Bye.
Good girl. Come on. Let's go. She's a good girl. Yeah. Your rate. What are your rate? The bullfrogs? Come. Here. Good girl. Come. Let's come. Come.
He's a good dog. He's a good dog.
All right. I feel much better now.
Welcome back.
All right. You guys hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Emmy, is my microphone working?
Yes. Yes. It's working.
Oh, okay, good. I
I
just got
missed Easy in the backstage. He was here about 20 minutes ago.
okay. He must be feeling talkative today. He's already been on once.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I just got a call from my mom.
How's Mama True Blood?
Mama True Blood's doing all right. Daddy True Blood's in the hospital.
Yes. Still, eh?
No, it's a new one. He got
Oh, he's
out.
gone back. Okay.
Yeah.
Shit. Grinch's doctor just called. He's going back to the hospital today, too.
Oh God.
Yeah. Doctor wants him back in. That's not a good sign.
No. I guess they finally got his blood test back.
I guess so.
Yeah. Papa True Blood's been having some problems with his liver, and they've been regulating all kinds of different things on him. And for some reason, the medication they've got him on has got him building up all sorts of fluid. He's got so much fluid, his heart's having trouble fucking pumping now because there's
Oh,
fluid
shit.
build up around his heart.
Shit.
Yeah. And his sodium level is pretty fucking low. Because they've got him, because all this fluid, they got him pissing a lot. Gave him
Okay.
medicines to fucking piss it all out.
hmm
And that's fucking destroyed his sodium levels. Piss away all your salt.
hmm Has he always had liver issues?
No, it's kind of a recent thing. And he's not a
Okay.
drinker. He's not a drinker. Never has been. He'll have a few drinks, but he's not.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. How does one know that their liver is not working properly? Like I
Um,
get jaundice and stuff like that people get when their liver shuts down, or
that's
how
basically it.
how did Papa realize that something wasn't
Well,
right?
they do a screen on you every year when you take your physical, and they look at your liver enzyme level.
Okay.
And I said, "Hey, Papa True Blood, you ain't got enough enzymes."
Mm,
So
okay. So he went in and then he was released and now he's back in?
yep.
Damn.
He's 88. He'll be 89 in August.
Yeah. Fully boosted.
Fully boosted. fully Democrat too. I made a joke with him just a few minutes ago. I told him if he'd become a Republican, he wouldn't have to worry about his heart. They don't have any heart.
I watched something yesterday. It's like 50% of the people who took it regret doing it. You know,
Hey,
I don't-
50% of the people who fucking in the country wanted to send those of us who didn't take it to the camp. Let them
oh
have their
yeah,
fucking. Let them live
they
with their
covered that
guilt.
too. They covered that too. He's like 50% of the people who took it have regret doing it. He goes, but 100% of the people who didn't take it have no regret not getting it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he likened it to hate speech.
Say that again.
The video I saw yesterday, the creator likened it all to hate speech, and he brought up the definition of hate speech, and it fits it. Like that whole, these fucking people need to go in camps, or I hope they die from it, and blah blah blah. Like
Yeah.
that whole sentence, the whole sentiment. If that was against any race or creed or sex of that would be all covered under the hate speech umbrella.
Oh yeah.
But it wasn't because yeah, he's a good thing. And he pulled up all the old videos of Trump calling himself the father of the vaccine. Fucking douchebag. All these
Yeah.
fucking people are, yeah, Trump's my fucking hero. He's a fucking piece of shit.
They all
Yeah, well, he's just as much a piece of shit as the potato. Just people don't want to fucking admit it.
are. Well, the difference between Trump and the potato is that Trump puts money in people's pockets.
Yay. What's your soul worth?
That's the fucking difference. That's why he doesn't have this fucking vitriol against him. Trump is not above fucking hiring illegal aliens to work in his hotels. And
Absolutely not.
Trump fucking did the Operation Lightspeed, where he fucking took away the ability for people, the common people, to sue these drug
Yep.
manufacturers for fucking pumping poison into us.
Yep.
There was no war under Trump. Good thing. There was no fucking,
Yeah, they had a war on COVID instead.
yeah.
The wars aren't necessarily always a foreign combatant. Sometimes it's a war on drugs. Sometimes it's a war on fucking a virus.
Yeah.
Same shit. Sometimes it's a war on domestic terrorism, after 9/11.
Well,
Not all wars are
I don't
battlefields.
buy into that at all. They call them
No?
wars, but they're not fucking war. Right? They're different.
The end result's the same. It's a fucking project that you throw tons of people's money into.
No, they all fucking cost money. And they
And
all
and,
have a fucking human cost as well.
and never ending projects. War on
Yeah.
drugs. There's
Yeah.
no end in that fucking game.
No.
It's just a fucking excuse to print money for a lifetime.
Yeah, it's an excuse to fucking fund the prison industrial complex.
Mm-hmm. For a life, for an eternity.
And ruin people's fucking lives because they wanted to get high.
These wars on these fucking boogeymen. The
The war on poverty has cost us much, much, much more.
There's another one. Will you ever abolish poverty?
No.
No,
Poverty hasn't fucking changed since they fucking started that shit.
exactly. There's always going to be
The only,
unmotivated, lazy people.
the only thing that's changed, is they've destroyed the family with their policies on poverty.
Right.
It's a loss.
If they took all the money that they funneled into these, you know, endless quote unquote wars on things and issued everybody a check, you'd all be better off.
Nah, people just piss it away.
Some would.
You know, instead of fucking redistributing the money, send it back to the fucking taxpayers. Here's a refund. We're sorry. And I'm not talking about people that don't necessarily pay taxes. I'm talking net taxpayers.
Right. I think anybody that makes under 50 grand a year shouldn't pay any taxes. Fucking poor as it is.
Well, they use their fucking tax money as a goddamn means of wealth redistribution. They take it,
Right.
they don't, they hold it for a year interest free, and then they give it back and then some, depending on who you are. Some
Right.
people get little, some people get a lot. A single male, you ain't gonna get shit back in taxes, really. You're gonna be a fucking net taxpayer, even if it's just a little bit. And you're gonna love it when you get your tax refund. Hey, I paid in 3,000 this year and I got back 700. Yeah, $700. Woo! I'm gonna get a TV. I'm gonna get a
Mhm.
PlayStation.
Oh, son of a bitch, they took it down already.
What?
That video I was watching last night that I was just talking about. It's
Can't have that.
no longer in my history list. Oh, fucking hell, it was great. Oh, here it is. No, my bad. It's still here.
Why don't we play it for everyone?
Well, it's a long one, so I would have to like take excerpts from it. It's a 1 hour and 30-minute video he did, but the title of it was "It's Time for YouTube, ESPN, and CNN to admit to the hate speech they committed against anti-vaxxers."
Well, I think we ought to play it because, well, fuck. You know, why not? It's not like we're going to be on for a while. We'll give the guy full credit. I'll put him in the fucking description, and we'll put the link in the description. And we'll make commentary on it as we
Yeah,
go.
for fair use.
Yeah.
Let me put a link to it in the chat here for any guys to, if they want to watch it on their own
Yeah.
accord.
When I get to when I get to Joplin, I'll put that link in the description of the show.
Okay.
You know, they're still fucking butthurt about COVID. I just got off a fucking strike. A content creator
Yeah.
for medical misinformation when I was quoting the fucking Center for Disease Control.
Yep. Oh, I gotta change my audio avatar. That just will not do.
Who is that woman?
Who's that? Who's that ugly bitch? Okay, there's the link to the video. If anybody wants to watch it in their own time. And let me bring it up here. You tell me when you want me to stop it for anything, okay?
Yeah.
It's time to call out.
And what's the name of this guy?
It's time to call.
His name of the channel, he's got multiple channels because he's, facing censorship as well because of the subject matter he talks about. His original channel used to be named Pockets of the Future. But now this other channel he's called it's Apocalypse Now. Because he claims that we're like in the end times, and it's just like sit back and laugh really at this shit. All right. His name is Paul Romano. He's really into spiritualism and stuff. I don't really follow him on his I guess you would call it Eastern meditation and shit like that. Like he's really into like I don't know whether it be Buddhism or shit like that. But anyway, his religious beliefs are not what we're talking about here. He's on the same page when it comes to the vaccine and the anti-vaxxers and all the shit that's kind of been going on. He really pokes a lot of fun at Hollywood, like the shit that goes down in Hollyweird.
Yeah.
Call out all these people that were really douchey about
What's up, Rhino?
Anti-vaxxers, and making the anti-vaxxers into something that they weren't. A threat to humanity, criminals, people who should die. I'll have a whole. I'll show you my compilation first, and then I'll show some video updates, some stuff to do with Kyrie Irving, Aaron Rodgers. But overall, we now know that the vaccine didn't save us from COVID. That's been confirmed by Bill Gates, amongst other people. And that people are now, for the most part, it's around 50% of people who got the vax regret it. And I guess pretty much nobody who didn't get the vax regrets it, right? Like there's people don't regret not getting the vax.
It was confirmed by Fauci yesterday.
Yes.
That was confirmed by Fauci. Dr. Anthony Fauci, get the shot and you'll be protected. You'll be safe. Confirmed yesterday that it did nothing.
Yeah, it did smoke and mirrors.
All right, keep playing.
Yeah.
But not 50% of the people who didn't get the vax regret it. But there are people who did, and this is, before side effects have become as bad as they're possibly going to be in the future, right? And so just as an understanding here, I don't believe in apologies. I think apologies are stupid. Apologies, what I think about is, does the person, myself included, realize they did something wrong that harmed other people? Their behaviors, your mistakes, whatever it is. And do you regret it And have you done something to make sure you don't do something like that again? Like that's how the Sajmarg meditation works. There's a whole maxim devoted to realizing when you make a mistake and praying to God for forgiveness, and then asking for help so you don't do that mistake again, and working personally to make sure you don't do it, right? And everything else is just performative and fake and posing, right? When somebody
And these guys have had all the chances in the world to apologize, but what do? Double, triple,
They double
quadruple down.
down.
Yeah, yeah.
gives you an apology, you have to question, is the person giving you the apology because they have to? Have they been caught doing something and you're mad at them, or everyone's mad at them? They've been exposed publicly. There's a scandal for some celebrity or politician, and they have their lawyers handcraft a statement, and they're expected to apologize. Remember, they tried to force Kyrie Irving to apologize for posting some, video that was, considered anti-Semitic, but it was it's still up on Amazon. And the lawyers and the people, your handlers, get together and they force you to, to spit out some apology you don't really believe in, right? Because you're just doing it to save your brand and save your, save face and, whatever it is, right? So that's not sincere. And people in your personal life, if they know you're mad at them, and they figure if they do an apology, they can just, smooth this, smooth it over, and then they just do the same thing over again. They're going to do the same thing over to you again, in the future, and apologize again. And it's just like, it becomes a burden for you to try to figure out if that person's sincere. And really, it puts the onus on you to make sure the person changes. And when they are supposed to do that themselves, right? They're supposed to feel regret. They're supposed to feel bad about what they're doing. And they're supposed to want to change, right? So this is, an apology. And so I don't like apologies because it's more work for me. Like for the most part, it's work for me to figure out if the person's being sincere, me to call them on their BS and say, all right, why you apologizing? And what did you learn? Well, like they're a kid or something, right? And so what I prefer is that people take accountability and realize what they've done. And so this is what they've done to all of us who are what they call anti-vaxxers. And again, I'll show you the compilation to back all this up, right? And so first of all, they said that anybody who was an anti-vaxxer was a murderer and a criminal, and they tried to force us to put something in our bodies. And these were liberal people who say, there was the right to choose, right, in terms of an abortion. Of course, an abortion involves a third party, which is the child. The child isn't the mother, it's an extension of the mother's body. The child is living off the mother, but it is a separate person, right? Life begins at conception based in science and spirituality. And so when you're conceived, when the sperm and the egg come together, it's the sperm of the man and the egg of the woman, and it's a third person. And there's a soul creating on a spiritual level, on a scientific level, that's the, whatever's going on. On a spiritual level, there's a soul. And so it's a third person. And so it is in the woman's body. And so they're saying the woman gets the right to choose what happens in her body, but it's a third person living off the woman's body, right? The mother's body. And so it's kind of complex. And I'm not, here to talk about abortion, but injecting something into your body that isn't, whatever it is, right? You have a right to say no. Any medical, ethical person knows that people can refuse medical treatment. I mean, you can refuse medical treatment that's going to save your life, right?
You used to be able to refuse medical treatment. This was one of those weird instances where you couldn't refuse it. Now he makes the comparison to abortion, which is it's a very loose comparison, but it's still the my body, my choice. You should have a right and choice of what you're going to put into your body.
I agree.
Right? And the thing with the abortion is even more so, like he said, is it affects a third person. This decision of the vaccine was only affecting you. Like, you're not making a choice for somebody else. You're making your own personal choice.
And it never made any sense to me why somebody who was vaccinated would insist that somebody else who wasn't vaccinated get vaccinated to protect themselves, the people who were vaccinated.
Mhm.
You're vaccinated, right? You're protected, right? Why
Because
would I?
they screwed up what the meaning of a vaccine is. They people didn't realize how vaccines worked, I guess. You know?
Well,
Like,
if you're protected with this vaccine, why do I need to have a vaccine to protect you when you're already protected? No, fuck, fuck
exactly.
you. It doesn't. That's not the way it works.
No, no, no. Viruses have never worked like that, you know? All right, carry on.
There's people who are dying of cancer and they just refuse treatment. You get to do that. It's your choice. It might be the wrong choice, but again, the allopathic medical model isn't divine and isn't 100% guaranteed. And medical doctors kill upwards of 250,000 people a year. The third biggest killer of people is medical doctors. And so, it isn't like it's a slam dunk, right? But this vaccine came out, and many of us said, no, I'm not doing that. I knew beforehand, I don't believe in the allopathic medical model. I don't believe in pharmaceutical companies. I don't believe in the government, and I don't believe in vaccines, all of them. So I'm not I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I just have had bad experiences with the medical model, and I have seen the lies over and over again. And we know what pharmaceutical companies have done, right? And I know this is for-profit medicine. At the very least, the way it works is they want to keep you as a patient and get if you get one drug, they want you to get another drug. And so there are side effects because it's a symptom-based approach where they're addressing the symptoms, right? There's always addressing the symptoms of your disease and never getting to the root cause. There's nothing preventative. There's no vaccine to boost your immune system. There's no pill to boost your immune system. Your natural immune system, right? Those are not, vaccines don't boost your immune system. They trigger your immune system, right? And so there's no medicine out there to naturally boost your immune system. But there's lots of herbs. There's lots of things you can do naturally to boost your immune system. There's things you can do every day, in terms of your lifestyle choices to strengthen and support your immune system, but not the allopathic model because they want you to be sick all the time because you make a good customer because it's a monetary based system. But whatever reason,
You agree with that? Being a
I agree.
monetary based system?
I agree with that part of it.
Mhm.
I don't agree with his, statement that herbs will do what medicine can't, because a lot of medicine are derived from herbs, and
Mhm.
that part of it's more of the touchy feely, almost vegan aspect that you were talking about earlier.
Mhm.
Some drugs are effective. Have been effective
Mhm.
for years, like aspirin. Aspirin's a really fucking good drug, but it's still a drug, and it's derived from the bark of the willow tree.
Right.
Would you rather chew on willow bark or take an aspirin?
Uh,
I'd rather take an aspirin.
if chewing on willow bark was effective, you know, what
Yeah.
one's going to take a toll on your liver, what one possibly will not. I
Well,
don't know.
the active ingredient is identical.
It's all the rest of the stuff they put into it too.
Are
You
you
know.
sure there's other things in aspirin other than aspirin? Are you sure that everything in the willow bark is good for you too? Those are things that you and I can't answer.
No, they'd have to be studied.
Yeah.
You know, the reality is that like before aspirin was invented, people
By
would be
the
using
Egyptians,
willow bark.
by the Egyptians 5,000 years ago. Yeah.
Did they invent aspirin or did they
Yeah.
invent?
They did. They figured out how to fucking distill the fucking aspartame out of the willow bark.
Right. Okay. We'll carry on.
and you didn't want to get the vax, that's your choice. And they made it mandatory. They forced people. They made businesses force people. They made people had to do it for their jobs, to be in school. Kids had to do it. Like, this is forced. And they said you were a bad person if you didn't do it.
And then they came out and said, we never forced anyone. You
Yeah,
weren't
they lied.
forced.
They lied.
You weren't forced. No one forced you. Like, what the fuck? We were all here at the same time. We remember what happened.
They
You
slammed
know,
it.
and thank God I was a fucking
And this is like
independent
race.
business owner at the time.
Yes, being independent, you didn't have to do it.
Racism or homophobia or all the things that the liberals claim to be against, where people had a shared belief system. We had a belief system, and some of us were liberal, some of us were conservative, some of us were, middle ground people, and we were different races, we're different religions, but we all share a belief that the vaccine was not for us, and they all were prejudiced against us, calling for us to be killed, rooting for us to get sick and die from COVID, right? The spite and the vengeance, and talked about constantly like we were some kind of, people that should be thrown into concentration camps, right? All the things that these people, the liberals, particularly the Democrats, are supposed to be against. The way they treated anti-vaxxers goes against their core beliefs, things about disenfranchised groups. And then we were censored on YouTube. YouTube censored us and still is for medical misinformation, even though
And still is, like
Still,
Brandon just last
still
week.
is.
We know that's true. They still are.
Yep.
so much of what they were saying was bogus science, and it was based in at least partially in it being a money grab, a cash cow. Where these vaccine companies, these pharmaceutical companies, who everybody hates, like everybody's got a negative story about pharmaceutical drugs, either being overpriced
Hemi.
or being, things that cause
Yes.
side effects. And
Hemi.
there's 200 drugs that cause.
Hemi.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I'm going into a really shitty coverage area, so if I drop, just keep going.
Okay.
Suicidal ideation and or depression, right? Those are some of the side effects. And lots of people have had issues with drugs and their side effects from the drugs, which cause more health-related and emotionally related problems. And so, all the anti-vaxxers were forced to get something from a were being forced and browbeaten and bullied and harassed and gaslighted into taking something that they didn't want, they knew was bad from them, from a disreputable companies like Pfizer that are known for-profit medicines that have caused lots of problems, including very recently the opioid epidemic that was and still is a huge problem that has ruined people's lives, killed people, destroyed families, and brought to you by the pharmaceutical industry, big pharma. And so that's how they treated all of us, right? But on top of that, they got a cherry deal in which they were going to receive no liability for any vax injuries. The vax injuries would be covered up. And the American government, the taxpayers, we would all have to pay. All of us anti-vaxxers had to pay for these vaccines out of our tax dollars. And now that there's vaccine-related injuries, which they are covering up, like this is something that we maybe don't agree on, right? But we all know, we can see it. Now we have to pay for that as well. Financial burden, right? So you guys.
Absolute cherry of a deal, huh? The government pays for it all and offers them indemnity for any type of injuries or any type of liability. It's like, hey,
But
man.
it's not the government that pays. We pay.
Right.
We, the people. The taxpayer. The taxpayer.
Anti-vaxxers.
Yeah, the taxpayer is the one that pay. The government just says that, where it's going to go. How it's going to be directed. but it's not their money at all. None of it. And carry on.
Anti-vaxxers. You hated anti-vaxxers. The way you treated anti-vaxxers should have been considered a hate crime, right? Anti-vaxxers were exposed to a hate crime. It's all the things that are related to a hate crime. So let me show you my compilation, and this is just some of the hate that was, heaped on anti-vaxxers.
It's science, and you shut up and wear your mask. It's science, and you shut up and wear your mask. It's science, and you shut up and wear your mask.
You shouldn't cut anti-vax people out of your life. They could be dead tomorrow. Spend time with them, call them, get in the will.
Screw your freedom.
The latest data that confirms that we're still in a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Continue to be among the unvaccinated, are among the unvaccinated, are unvaccinated. The unvaccinated, there are people who are dying and who will die who didn't have to. If you haven't gotten vaccinated, do it now. Do it now. It could save your life and it could save the lives of those you love. This is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. The unvaccinated overcrowd our hospitals, are overrunning emergency rooms and intensive care units, leaving no room for someone with a heart attack or pancreatitis or cancer.
False.
This is not about freedom or personal choice. It's about protecting yourself and those around you, the people you work with, the people you care about, the people you love. My job as president is to protect all Americans. My message to unvaccinated Americans is this. We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin, and your refusal has cost all of us. As I speak to you, millions of Americans are still
Did you want to say something?
No, I'm just saying false.
Unvaccinated and unprotected. And because of that, their communities are at risk. Their friends are at risk. The people they care about are at risk. But if you're unvaccinated, you're not. And
take a drink every time he says something false.
Maybe from your perspective, your family and your friends at risk. Ultimately, those who are not vaccinated will end up paying the price.
You are not allowed to infect anybody just because you think you've got rights that are delusional, of course. This
Fuck
delusional, evil
Gene Simmons of KISS. Eat shit and die.
He's got some nerve calling people evil. You know? Gene Simmons, piece of shit.
Find those people and bring them out into the open so you know who they are. If you're willing to walk among us unvaccinated, you are an enemy.
At this point, staying unvaccinated is like wearing a Yankees hat.
Pause it.
Yep.
Gene Simmons' parents survived the fucking Holocaust.
Yep.
Gene Simmons is acting like a fucking full-blown, Nazi right then. He was fucking a brown shirt for the fucking real Nazis, the real fucking people who want to fucking do people harm. He was a fucking agent of the state. He was calling for your death right then. There's your Detroit Rock City, bitch.
Yeah, right.
Knights kiss, knights in Satan's service. Remember that. He's proving it.
To a Red Sox game. You're probably going to end up in the hospital, and it's your own damn fault.
I was so worked up over the weekend about this fucking Aaron Rodgers of the NFL. I don't even know where to begin with that story. I mean, this fucking guy, I don't watch football. Sorry, I'm not a big fan. I know the guy's a real good football player. That's why they put up with his bullshit. If I ran the NFL,
he's going to be a Hall.
You came across as a national embarrassment.
He's talking to Aaron Rodgers. You came across as a national embarrassment.
There is no other way around it. It was the most embarrassing performance of Aaron Rodgers' career.
jeopardy and possibly putting your teammates in jeopardy, to me, is selfish.
I'd give Aaron Rodgers some advice. It would have been nice if he'd have just come to the Naval Academy and learned how to be honest.
Southern California, where as of yesterday, we started giving the vaccine to kids aged 5 and up. Finally, our kids.
Let's see.
Hey, Meat Gazer. Hey, pause it for a second.
Yes, sir.
I know everybody is giving me advice to shut up. I am doing this cognitively. There is absolutely no reason to censor yourselves. None. You must be fearless. You must speak truth. If you don't, you're going along with the lie. I will not go along with that lie. I know what I'm doing. I appreciate your advice. I appreciate your concern. But I will not bow to these motherfuckers. If I lose my channel, I don't care. It doesn't cost me a penny. YouTube is free. YouTube is free. I'll make another channel. I don't care. If they fucking strike me, I'll come back.
Absolutely.
This is the time to stand up and say no more of your lies. Fuck you. This is not the time to fucking censor yourself and not say things and worry about fucking losing a fucking free video platform. The word will get out. If you guys like fucking watching the world tour, you'll see the next fucking iteration of it.
Absolutely.
Don't.
It'll be promoted. You'll have just as many subscribers as the next channel as you did on this.
Yeah. Don't
You know,
worry about it. If I get a hit, I get a hit. So what?
My soul is definitely worth more than a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
You're right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Small price to pay.
You know,
Sean,
if they don't like what we have to fucking say, fuck them. Fuck them. I don't care. I'm
Have you
fucking
seen it?
telling the truth. This
Have
guy,
you seen anything so far that you disagree with other than his homeopathic medicine preferences?
right?
Any
And I
of
don't
the
necessarily disagree with it. I just don't fucking. I'm not as absolute about it as he is.
right. Any of his anti-vax content that we've watched so far, do you disagree with?
No, it seems all right.
Okay.
All right. I'm
So
gonna unhook my trailer.
You would say these exact same things yourself, correct?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I wish I'd taken the time to make a compilation like he has. Good shit.
He does this for a living, right? So you do other things for a living.
Yeah.
You know. Go unhook. I'll leave this until you're back.
Okay. Okay.
But absolutely, I agree. It's not the time to be silent. That everybody needs to make noise and make a lot of noise. Yeah, we get it. YouTube is gay as hell. And you're on your 8th. You may be on your 9th. You're like 8, 9, 10, 20. Who gives a shit? Make as many as you want, but don't let them silence you. So Moki, did you get it? If your boss told you, did you do it? Moki?
I can't hear any playback, Emmy.
I'm not playing it at the moment. I was waiting for you to say you were back.
Oh, well, keep playing.
All right.
I'm just.
Woo! Oh,
I'm not vaccinated.
Where you going? I take horse pills.
Yeah, we have to wait for them to be vaccinated because they are selfishly a dangerment to other people, including staff people here. So while we're all hopeful, and I
Who's
join
she
the
calling
president in being
selfish?
hopeful that we can reach a place where it is safe for people to be. What is this? The honor system? The honor system as to whether somebody has been vaccinated.
Like she can talk about honor and selfish. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Fuck
You
that
know?
bitch.
It's the epitome of lining your pockets.
Vaccinated? Do you want them
Yeah.
breathing in your face on the strength of their honor?
Be right back. Keep going.
So let's just see. Let's just see. I mean, again, this is about science and governance, and science and governance.
That's it right there. It's not about science. It was about governance, not science. Science had nothing to do with this shit. Because she also says, wait, let's just see. We have waited and we have let's just seen. And the science is like is against what she was saying. Fuck it. It's about governance. How willing are you to be governed?
We have a responsibility to make sure that the House of the Representatives chamber is not a petri dish for because of the selfishness of some not to
They
be
should stop
vaccinated.
fucking around.
Teach
They should
people
stop
common
fucking around then.
sense. You need to get back. She doesn't even know what else to do to get the people of her state to get smart and listen to the facts and get vaccinated so people don't die. It's like that simple. Is it not the people who choose to remain unvaccinated right now who are causing all of this?
It is selfish at this point to not get vaccinated.
If you can be vaccinated and you refuse to, that's a selfish act. You're putting other people's lives and health at risk. You should get vaccinated.
Because frankly, we know that we can't trust the unvaccinated. Because frankly, we know that we can't trust the unvaccinated.
Because frankly, we know that we can't trust the unvaccinated.
The new cases in COVID are because of unvaccinated folks. But it's time to start blaming the unvaccinated folks, not the
That's a
regular
man,
folks.
baby.
It's the unvaccinated folks that are letting us down.
The people who are not getting vaccines, who are believing the lies on the internet instead of science, it's time to start shaming them. What else? Or leave them behind. Because they are keeping the majority of Americans behind.
I think I just passed a house with a Halloween yard decoration that was a bunch of skeletons burning an anti-vaxxer at the stake. I'm gonna go.
And so there it is. It says anti-vaxxer right here. Took me a while to see this. That's why I'm pointing it out. And it's got a bunch of skeletons sitting around a campfire roasting a skeleton anti-vaxxer. This is supposed to be a fire, which is pretty effed up. Like, it's really effed up, right? And what my wife pointed out was, what did these guys die from?
Not that Halloween is a contest, but they want it.
It's the platforms like Facebook.
They're killing people. I mean, look, the only pandemic we have is among the unvaccinated. And they're killing people.
We're killing
what he's
people.
saying there is that posting words on social media is killing people. And they've made this the worst thing. That you're a bad person for posting things that aren't verified by the official story. This is a guy who droned children. He ordered the deaths of children in Afghanistan when he ordered a drone strike on an imaginary enemy to distract from a failed war and a disastrous withdrawal. And so there are horrible things being done all the time. But now they've made posting things on social media one of the worst ones. But it ended up not being true, right? He demonized anti-vaxxers and people who were posting things on the internet, and ended up being him who was the liar and the person that was putting people in jeopardy.
There you go. And that's why you can't be afraid of losing a YouTube channel. You know, even a visit from one of these guys asking you about the things you posted online. If you've done nothing wrong, you've done nothing wrong. You know, people can't be afraid. Time for being afraid's over.
Effects or reactions would be most common from these vaccines?
Well, generally, the most common reaction is what you see with most any other vaccine. A sore arm, a little bit aches. You might feel a little bit fatigued and down for 24 hours to 36 hours at the most. A small percentage of the people might get a fever that would last for 24 hours. You take a Tylenol, you can take care of that without.
Yeah, you can take a Tylenol. You can take care of that. I wonder what the Tylenol does to your myocarditis. Does the Tylenol help break up those big blood clots? Does Fauci have stock in Tylenol?
Much problem. The safety of severe adverse events is really very good. In the 30,000 people in the Moderna trial and the 44,000 people in the Pfizer trial, the one we're talking about today, there were really no severe adverse events.
They didn't have any side effects. I mean, that's, a sore arm or, these things. I mean, he's talking about just how you feel after you get the vaccine, not 2 months out or 3 years out or 5 years out. But now we know that there are multiple side effects, which I'll get into after we go through these things here. We know that there is admitted to side effects, things that they're investigating, and things that are related to people dying. And one of the ways we know that they were being deceptive and not saying what some of the side effects were, because they never showed you commercials that came from the pharmaceutical companies themselves. It was social.
Bingo. Do you ever notice that? The whole advertising campaign for this new drug there was never an official commercial. It was all done like a word of mouth social media ad campaign by people who are not even paid for by the drug company. Influencers, athletes, celebrities, politicians. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
so anything they say is not an official statement. Right?
Right.
Yeah, it's a nice way to avoid it all. There was never a commercial. He'll get
And
into
it
that
was
right
done
here.
on purpose.
Yeah, yeah. He'll get into that why there was no ad, like there was no TV ad or anything.
Influencers or media personalities or Jojo Magoo. It wasn't Pfizer posting commercials, because if they did that, they would have had to list all the side effects, which we still don't know what those are, right? In terms of what they discovered. And it's still being studied, right? It's not even like they're fully it's fully been vetted by even the pharmaceutical companies themselves.
The people that took it are the study.
So this was all lies, right? Again, they lied to people and said that this thing was safe and safer than getting COVID. And, this turned out to be not true, right?
Because frankly, we know that we can't trust the unvaccinated.
It's to prevent severe disease, which we don't have data for that for kids. But I guess to me, the risk benefit calculation looks like this. If the vaccines are safe and the side effects are things like fatigue and headache and muscle soreness at the injection site, I would much rather deal with that for a day or not at all. I mean, most people actually have no side effects. And so I would much rather deal with side effects like that, but understanding that we're giving something that is safe and that can prevent the possibility of something horrible from happening, which is every parent's worst nightmare.
The question asked by the presenter was that, because children really weren't dying from COVID, why give them a vax and risk any sort of side effects and things from the vax? And she, of course, said that there was no real side effects from the vax, which we now know is completely false, right? And we know that there's something like 1,500 kids or less than that was the official statistics on the CDC died from COVID. Many of them had severe health issues going into the disease, right? So what she said here is, that she's saying, well, your worst nightmare is your kid's going to die. Again, putting the fear out there. There is a positive association with the word safe. Advertisers and presenters use the word safe to get people to buy their products. Safety is a big thing with people. And when they're scared of something like they were of COVID, and they were offered something that would keep them and their family safe, and they withheld information or out lied or just made false claims with no scientific basis and saying this would keep you safe, then people went and got the vax. And now we know that things are different. And so all these lies and deceptions, and she had the nerve to say the unvaccinated can't be trusted, right? And so the other piece to this, which we now know, and both Bill Gates, I have the memes here, I've saved these things, and Fauci have both admitted that COVID wasn't beaten by the vaccine. The idea that the vaccine would give herd immunity and COVID would disappear because everyone would be vaccinated and they wouldn't get COVID because they had the vaccine, and then, it would just disappear because no one would have it and they couldn't pass it on to other people. This idea of herd immunity through vaccination. We now know that COVID mutated itself out of existence, or mutated itself into a more safer, more contagious form, and that everyone had ended up getting it anyway. So the vaccine turned out to be relatively unnecessary based in what these guys are saying here.
In beating COVID-19? Well, sadly,
The virus itself, particularly
Why would it be sadly that the virus mutated in something less lethal? Sadly for this guy, because this is a gravy train. This isn't making money for these guys.
the variant called Omicron is a type of vaccine. That is, it creates both B cell and T cell immunity. And it's done a better job of getting out to the world population than we have with vaccines.
I think what one referred to, what was not anticipated, was the extent of the mutations and the amino acid substitutions in Omicron, which is really unprecedented. It kind of came out of nowhere, where you have a virus that has 50 mutations, 30 of which are in the spike protein and 10 or 12 of which are in the receptor binding domain. The thing that's important is that it appears to be able to evade some of the immune protection of things like monoclonal antibodies, convalescent plasma, and the antibodies that are induced by vaccines. That's the sobering news against severe disease. But when you get to Omicron, the protection significantly goes down.
Keeping the events that are safe and also the events that have fun for people too. We can't be canceling everything, especially if we're going to be living with COVID for the foreseeable future. I would say that if you choose to go, make sure that you're vaccinated and boosted. Make sure that you're wearing a mask, even though it's outdoors. If there are lots of people packed around you, wearing a 3-ply surgical mask. Don't wear a cloth mask. Cloth masks are little more than facial decorations. There's no place for them in light of Omicron. And so wear a high quality mask, at least a 3-ply surgical mask. And if you're going to be visiting elderly relatives.
Recently, when you said here on CNN that cloth masks were, quote, little more than facial decorations. So in light of Omicron, what kind of mask should we all be wearing? And were you surprised by the pushback from your comments?
Well, I was surprised because this is not the first time that I or Professor Osterholm or really any of us public health experts have been saying that cloth masks are not appropriate for this pandemic. It's not appropriate for Omicron. It was not appropriate for Delta, Alpha, or any of the previous variants either, because we're dealing with something that's airborne. We're dealing with a virus that's extremely contagious. At the very beginning of the pandemic, we didn't know about masking. And then we didn't have enough masks, enough high quality masks for healthcare workers. And so we were trying to ration those. But then pretty quickly, we recognized that COVID is airborne.
Do you agree with the move?
I do. There was and is a time and place for pandemic restrictions, but when they were put in, it was always with the understanding that they would be removed.
So they told us to wear cloth masks, not because they did any benefit, to save the high quality, quote unquote, high quality surgical masks for themselves and first responders.
Yeah.
Not, oh, fuck, I love here. We didn't even sing moist, 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 moist. Good morning.
What's
It's been a
going on?
minute. It's been a minute. How you been?
Not bad, not bad. I ain't missed that many shows, have I?
Enough that I noticed. You came for a good one today, though.
Looks like we're talking about COVID-19, huh?
We're trying to get Brandon's channel nuked. So I'm going to roll this, and if there's anything you want to comment on, just tell me to stop it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
moved as soon as we can. And in this case, circumstances have changed. Case counts are declining. Also, the science has changed, but rather that the responsibility should shift from a government mandate imposed from the state or the local district of the school. Rather, it should shift to an individual responsibility by the family, who can still decide that their child can wear a mask if needed.
Take New Jersey, the case in New Jersey, for instance, their new case average is just over 4,000. Is that an acceptable number to do this, or are they projecting out to March 7th at this point?
I don't think we should be looking at case counts at all at this point, especially when we're dealing with a milder variant and when so many people were exposed to Omicron and therefore have at least some level of protection either through vaccination or immunity. The key number that we should be looking at is hospitalizations. If our ICUs and hospitals in that particular region are not overwhelmed, if they're not over capacity, we can set a number, for example, 75% or 80% full, then we should be able to relax all restrictions. And I actually believe that we should be starting to, with the first restriction removed, should actually be the restriction on children. Because while for adults, you could say, well, what's the harm of adults masking when they go into a grocery store? There actually is a harm that we should be discussing of children continuing to mask. That doesn't mean that masking doesn't have its place for children when there are very high rates of hospitalization. If we get a new variant in the future that children are particularly susceptible to, we may want to bring masks back. But we should also be intellectually honest and say that masking has had a cost, especially for the youngest learners, people with English as a second language, children with learning disabilities. There has been a cost to them. So the risk-benefit calculation has really changed.
But she's had the flu for 14 days. Should she get a flu shot?
Well, no. If she got the flu for 14 days, she's as protected as anybody can be, because the best vaccination is to get infected yourself.
And
so
she should not get it.
If she really has the flu, she definitely doesn't need a flu vaccine.
That's how viruses work, people. If you've got the virus and you're still alive, you are the most protected from it. Yeah, more so than any type of extra inoculation. The body's doing what it's supposed to do. Your immune system is, fighting. It fucking keeps memory of that. So if you ever run into it again, it can fucking kill it again. That's how it works. You make the antibodies. You make the antibodies of it. So this, like he's saying, this is a long time ago. This is old school Fauci, right? But this has never changed. If you've got the actual flu, you don't need to go get a flu shot, because now for that strain of flu, you're already immune from it. After you get better from it,
Right. Well,
that's how it works.
Well, going back to that Chinese woman or Japanese, whatever she is, Asian, I don't know.
Asian woman,
yeah. How about me being adult? It's my choice whether I want to mask up or not. It's not left up to you or Fauci or anybody else to tell me as a grown adult what I can and can't wear. My health is my responsibility, not yours. You don't get to outsource my responsibility of my own body just because you want to, project a collective ideology over the public. Your little agenda going on here with COVID-19. No, sorry. My health is my choice. It's my body. If I want to wear a mask.
Oh, go carry on. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say that's what being an adult means. Means I take full responsibility for my life and my actions, not you.
He covered that at the beginning. He was like, you have the right to, refuse medical treatment.
Exactly.
You make whatever choice in your medical decisions.
Right.
And he said, may not be the right choice, but it's your choice, right? It's like, whatever. That's what you do. He covered my body, my choice abortion argument, how it was, and
Quarantine, quarantine, on the other hand, is what the medical profession does when they do not have a fucking answer to whatever the disease is. Quarantines are used because they work. All right. So if we actually had something that was more than just a bad flu, which is what COVID was, it was just a bad case of the flu at the beginning. Now it's not even that. Then, if we had something like typhoid or fucking yellow fever or,
Riggs and Hermit got yellow fever.
Well,
they should be quarantined.
I'm talking about Denang fever or whatever you want to call it.
Spanish flu.
Right.
Well, something that was actually deadly to the degree of like smallpox would be the fucking nightmare scenario.
Right.
If they'd have done fucking gain of fucking research on smallpox.
Right.
That's when you should employ methods like fucking quarantine.
Okay.
But for this, the complete overreaction. This was designed to fucking enrich Pfizer and fucking Bayer and all those other companies. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
Sure seems like it.
Well, I'm
also,
not taking...
those companies happen to be the biggest fucking advertisers on YouTube.
Yeah. Well, I'm not taking medical advice from somebody like Fauci in the first place on any of this. And the problem that I see with all of this is the fact that people are even having to make a case to these morons that they shouldn't have to mask up. I mean, it's not left up to them whether we should mask up or not, in my opinion, at any point. I'm not asking their permission for me to walk around in a grocery store to mask up or not. If I don't want to wear a mask, I'm not wearing a mask, and that's just the bottom line to it. That's not their decision. That's my decision. And the fact that they have conglomerized this whole corporate America to get behind their little agenda where all these grocery stores have to abide by these mask rules and shit, that's the problem. That is simply a tyrannical overreach of power, but at the same time, I acknowledge how it's set up.
All right, keep playing her, Hemi.
He really has the flu.
She should not get it again.
No, she doesn't need it because it's the most potent vaccination is getting infected yourself.
The current vaccines are not infection blocking. They're not broad, so when new variants come up, you lose protection, and they have very short duration, particularly in the people who matter, which are old people.
I knew these vaccines were not going to protect against infection, and I think we overplayed the vaccines, and it made people then worry that it's not going to protect against severe disease and hospitalization. It will, but let's be very clear. 50% of the people who died from the Omicron surge were older, vaccinated.
Was the Pfizer COVID vaccine tested on stopping the transmission of the virus before it entered the market? If not, please say it clearly. If yes, are you willing to share the data with this committee? And I really want a straight answer, yes or no, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Regarding the question around, did we know about stop immunization before it's entered the market? No, we had to really move at the speed of science to really understand what is taking place in the market.
To really understand what is taking place in the market.
The market.
The market. It's all about the shekels, dude. It's all. I've got to pause it for a minute because the dog needs to go outside. Puppy needs to poop.
Puppy
So,
poo.
puppy, I think that she's barking. She needs to poop. Come on. We gotta train you somehow.
Well, Spearman, call me. Here's his comment, so I'll answer it. Call me uneducated, and I am. Is inoculation as effective as we are told it is, or are we just being injected with garbage? This is how I look at the whole COVID-19 situation. You're talking about something that spontaneously happened out of the ether around, what was it, February of 2020? They started shutting places down or whatever, making people wear masks, making you stay at home. And then all of a sudden, a few months later, voila, a vaccine appears. How long on average for several years does it take for a vaccination to even be developed for any disease? And you're telling me, and not only me, but you're telling the whole United States public and Canadian and whoever else was involved in this, that, within the matter of months, we had the technology to come up with safe and effective vaccines. Not only that, we had to create multiple vaccines that were safe and effective because the last one wasn't good enough. On average, it takes years to develop a vaccine for a disease. Am I correct or am I wrong? Within the span of a few months, we had a vaccine going for this. No matter how you slice and dice this story, the details don't add up at all.
Nope. They sure don't.
I mean,
Good girl.
I know
I am
we're
not a girl.
technologically advanced as a culture, but I don't think we're that technologically advanced that we could create a vaccine with that short a period of time.
Well, that's the thing, Outlaw. It wasn't a vaccine.
Right.
No. It was a gene therapy. A therapeutic, they call it.
mRNA.
Yeah.
Right? The ribonucleic acid. RNA. That's how the fucking cell talks to itself.
Mm-hmm.
The DNA stores the plans. The RNA fucking gives the message. They give that fucking RNA, ribonucleic acid, they get that by growing it in fucking fetal embryonic stem cells.
Yeah.
It is a gene therapy, just like Hemi was saying. But it's worse than that. It's worse than that. It's fucking gene therapy that uses the murder of fucking babies to be processed, to be manufactured. This is, you are putting the fucking byproducts of that fucking fetal embryonic stem cell into your body. You are using murdered baby parts and putting fucking baby parts into your body. And they didn't tell you this. They did not tell you this.
That's the quiet part.
You're fucking, unwittingly being turned into a fucking cannibal. Your body is changing because this vaccine is instructing your cell wall linings, what do they call them? The spike proteins in your cell walls to change. What else is being fucking changed? What else was changed?
Yeah.
Why is God's perfect fucking balance being disrupted to prevent a case of the flu?
There's I forget it. I should look it up. But isn't there not a Bible verse that God will know His children by their scent or smell or something like that? Let me look that up. talking at my ass. What I'm getting at is you're structurally or fundamentally you've changed. You're not his creation anymore. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, a lot of people, and I'm not one of them, believe that this is the mark of the beast. But I'm not saying that those people are wrong. I'm just not convinced of it.
Right.
And for a time, if you wanted to do commerce, if you wanted to go out in public, you had to have your vaccination. You had to carry your fucking vaccination ID card. Or you could do like I did during that time and just have your food ordered in. I fucking had all my groceries brought to me. I fucking did a lot of, online shopping because there was many places that I could not go because I refused to get the vaccination. I had companies. I was running a business at the time. I had companies refuse my services and have me send alternate fucking teachers to their location because I refused to get that fucking vaccination. And they wouldn't let me through the fucking front doors. I couldn't ride public transport. I couldn't, there were some taxi cabs who wouldn't even fucking give me a ride. My own parents made me get fucking a COVID test before I was allowed to come to Christmas.
Wow.
They weren't going to fucking let me come to Christmas without a vaccination. I told them I'm not getting one. And then it was finally I had to get a fucking COVID test to come to Christmas. Fuck. Getting the fucking swab shoved up your nose is nothing. Fuck it. I don't care. It's nothing. It's not putting something into my body. They're looking at to see if I have a disease that they're worried about. Sure. Fine. Whatever. It's a pain in the ass, but for mom and dad, I'll do it. You ask me to do that to fucking step in your door or your place of business, I'll tell you to fuck off. But honor thy mother and father, or father and mother, actually, is the way it was written. So I honored them that way. I'm not going to fucking put that crap in my body, but I'm still, if they had to have that to fucking feel comfortable with me coming over, sure, great. Ready to play again, Hemi?
Yeah, this next little clip here, this one made me fucking kind of choke and laugh. Sean Penn, what a piece of shit. He's gonna call you a criminal.
Oh no.
So let's add this to the compilation, right? So this is this piece of shit, Sean Penn, who's supposed to be a liberal advocate for human rights, and yet he's pushed the Ukrainian war where millions of Ukrainians have died and are suffering because of this whole, they could have reached some sort of agreement about Ukraine not joining NATO, right? But he's done all these kind of things where he's on the wrong side of stuff, but he pretends to be a person who's about human rights. And he had this to say, this is like a hate crime, kind of rhetoric about anti-vaxxers.
Through your mind when you hear a lot of the anti-vaccine rhetoric? It's a cowardice of conviction. I think that it is an unwillingness to engage in a culture of common sense. That at this point it seems criminal to me. Actually,
It's criminal. He just said it's criminal. It's criminal to him. This dope, right? Spicoli. Fucking Spicoli, right? This
Fucking
animal
Spicoli.
is going to smelt his Oscar. If they
That's when I laugh. I almost spit my pop out my nose. I'm fucking Spicoli.
Yeah.
honor Zelensky, but his mom about all these other tragedies is saying it's criminal. This is hate speech. That if you don't want to put something in your body, which is your choice, right? Medicines, you have, this is your medical right to put something in your body. This is medical ethics, even for the allopathic medical system. It's criminal. Like, how much money is Pfizer paying you? You shill, right? It's criminal. You should be locked up. This should be a crime. That you should be in prison. You should be convicted of a felony for not putting a vaccine in your body, in your kid's body, right? And this is the kind of rhetoric. This is what they're talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This is hate speech, right? And it turned out to be 100% wrong. Like there was no reason for them to push the vax at all. It had basically no effect, which we'll get into with Bill Gates in a moment. But even if it did, it's still, even if it was the life-saving vaccine that they said it was, and it isn't, and even if there was no side effects, which there are, even if those things were true, we still get a right to say no to what we put in our bodies. That's not criminal. I mean, it's just hate speech.
That at this point it seems criminal to me. Actually, I really feel that that if someone chooses not to be vaccinated, that they should choose to stay home, not go to work, not have a job. These are, as long as we're all paying for these streets, we got to ride safely on them. And so I'm just hopeful that the mindset will change. And it started. We know that this really started with leadership voids.
Is this asshole suggesting that if we don't take it, we're all out of paying taxes and stuff like that?
Oh no, he just says we don't get to work.
Because that'd be great. That'd be great if we didn't have to chip in anymore. Hey, yeah, right. We're not paying. We'll have our own little economy.
Well, these arrogant and egotistical assholes see jobs as, this corporate culture doing you people a favor by even giving you a job in the first place. That's how they look at it. They look down upon us, down their nose at us. Nothing more than an egotistical asshole. That's all this guy is.
Well, you have to remember, he makes his job, his fucking profession, is lying to people.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what an actor does.
Pretending to be something they aren't, or someone they aren't.
And you're getting, information from this schmuck.
That's what I'm
this guy's
saying.
fucking determining policy. Who's fucking putting the words in his mouth?
Yeah.
He doesn't
And
have
now
any fucking
I think that
thought.
there are some examples of leadership that are being helpful with it. But we really got to get everyone else, everybody on the same page. And I think the CDC should be much more clear.
But he didn't care that when he didn't care about human rights when his guy Joe Biden droned 7 children and I think it was 12 total people in Afghanistan, or when Obama was droning kids in these Middle Eastern countries. These illegal wars that were perpetrated, and then what's going on now in the Ukraine, but he, wants to make anti-vaxxers stay at home and not participate in society, and he was 100% wrong, right? You know what else was 100% wrong? This piece of shit Trump, who said he was a father of the vaccine.
Very long. We've instituted it before. 2 additional companies, AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson. As you know, the Johnson & Johnson's a one-dose, one-shot vaccine, so we're going to see how that works. That would be very helpful if that all came out, and I think it probably will. Also, they're showing tremendous promise. All of them, tremendous problem. We're very hopeful that the FDA will authorize the Pfizer vaccine within days. We've got to get it moving, and Moderna vaccine almost immediately thereafter. Large numbers of tests and samples have been done, so hopefully that'll go very quickly. If authorized, tens of millions of vaccine doses will be available this month, and we'll get it distributed very quickly. We'll have that all set, and hundreds of millions more will quickly follow. Every American who wants the
Okay, do you guys notice anything about Trump at this moment during this speech? What I'm getting at is
Talking in the third person.
yeah, exactly. He's reading these bullet points. He's a verbose character. Okay, if you ever watched him talk, he can talk, right? He likes to talk. Likes to hear himself talk. There's nothing in between any of these, just bullet points on a cue card to read out. This is like handed to him to go, read, and like say he's in the third person. It's not. These aren't his words.
Right.
vaccine will be able to get the vaccine. And we think by spring, we're going to be in a position that nobody would have believed possible just a few months ago.
Yeah, he's reading off the script from my
really They say it's somewhat of a miracle, and I think that's true. The plan we put forward prioritizes the elderly and patients with underlying conditions, as well as healthcare workers and first responders.
Greatest achievements was getting the vaccine done in 9 months instead of 5.5 to 12 years. But the problem is, we saved tens of millions of lives all over the world, but I can't talk about it because our base, our beautiful base of which some of you are there, you get angry when we mention the word vaccine. Don't get angry.
You did everything you could to get this vaccine out. I know
It was
where you
one of
stand
the
on
greatest
that.
achievements. We did it in less than 9 months.
To be able to do that.
Yeah,
But now it's taking a twist, right?
And then people don't want it. And it probably even affects the others because, there's a big situation with a lot of people don't want to take the vaccine. Well, this played right into their hands. And they want me to do public service messages and everything about everybody taking the vaccine. And look, I guess in a certain way, I'm the father of the vaccine because I was the one that pushed it. To get it done in less than 9 months was a miracle. Fauci said it would take 3 to 5 years. He thought it was.
Fauci said it would take 3 to 5 years. And he did it in how many months?
Trump.
Something that.
Yeah.
Trump is a corporate shield just like the rest of them. People forget that.
Piece of garbage. He put this in everybody's fucking arm.
Yeah.
And old potato just carried on what was already established. Okay.
And doubled down.
But this is the orchestrated. Like
long to get.
Like he said, the father of it.
Right. The difference between Trump and Biden is that Trump wasn't saying it's mandatory. Trump never did any of that.
Yeah.
He might have pushed it. He had a whole bunch of people whispering in his ear that this was the best thing since sliced bread. He isn't a fucking doctor, so he listened to him. I'm not excusing him.
Yeah.
I am not excusing him. He fucked up. He dropped the ball on this.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't say you must do it.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Wasn't in town long enough to.
Yeah, he may have not told people to do it, but he still had a hand in helping getting it out there.
Oh yeah, he got it out there.
Yeah.
I don't for a second don't believe that he would have made it mandatory for all federal employees. He would have started with that.
I pushed the
I don't
like they have never been pushed before.
That's just guesswork.
Didn't exactly stay there.
They're
They're in love with me. They have never. This is a very.
Why did it start? Anyway, you were saying something. What the fuck?
I pushed them like they've never been pushed before, and that's why we have it.
The vaccine is one of the greatest achievements of mankind. we would have had a 1917.
I'm having an issue.
Remember
Hold
the
on.
Spanish flu killed perhaps 100 million people.
One time I got sick at work and they tried to tell me if I wanted to come back, I had to get a COVID test. I said, looks like I'm not coming back. And they caved and just said, forget about it. I refused to even get a test. Trump made it. Biden tried to destroy your life if you didn't get it. Yeah. Yep. Nope. It won't hear me.
He'll be back. He was having
Y-
technical
Yeah, I'm having some technical difficulties here. My touchpad is going all fucking squirrely, dude. Like got a mind of its own. Going mind of its own.
Squirrely, you say?
Yeah, it's doing some crazy ass shit. I may have to break out my mouse.
Oh my God, not the mouse.
God.
I'm still doing it.
Happy Killdozer Day.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh, and when it comes time to play the game, we have a fun game to play today.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, RO will be at work.
Yeah. Well, he should have come on last night instead of
Yeah, he
admitting
could've.
that, he admitted to everybody by his absence that pork is not the only barbecued meat.
Right. Okay, I got a mouse plugged in now. That's better. That's new.
Ugh.
Okay, we're back.
Okay.
Mhm.
Imagine if all of those countries had to go through what they've been going through over the last year, you'd lose hundreds of millions of people.
Let the teachers get the vaccine. They should get the vaccine. I hope they do. Again, it's something I'm very proud of. I think if we didn't come up during the Trump administration with a vaccine, you could have 100.
The best one for you to get a better version. I found it on Fox, where Trump said he was the father of the vaccine, and it was a miracle. Right? He is claiming divinity. The vaccine was divine, and his, whatever. This should put a stake in the coffin of this MNFer's candidacy. I mean, this is, even for the most hardcore Trumpers, you got to see this guy he got played. He played himself. He played you. I mean, just absolute POS. Let's play that clip again.
And look, I guess in a certain way, I'm the father of the vaccine because I was the one that pushed it. To get it done in less than 9 months was a miracle.
So I'm just showing you this, that you remember that Trump's a piece of shit who pushed this thing because he got worked on COVID, and he took credit for it. He was the father of the vaccine. So you don't think this is some sort of political hit piece or something like this. This has nothing to do with any of that. Trump is, a pusher of this thing, and he was a big part of the problem. It's creating the conditions for this hate crime against anti-vaxxers. And all the people who didn't want to take the shot and got forced to, many of whom are having side effects. Of course, we know that Chris Cuomo is now covering this. He was somebody who said the same kind of stuff about anti-vaxxers, and now he's claiming he is possibly vaccine injured, and there's other people he has on his show, and then of course all these other people who have ran with this after the fact. But let's establish the baseline here first before I get into that, and that's with Bill Master Gates.
In beating COVID-19?
Well, sadly, the virus itself, particularly the variant called Omicron, is a type of vaccine. That is, it creates both B cell and T cell immunity, and it's done a better job of getting out to the world population than we have with vaccines.
So this guy is as pro-vax as they come. And he's saying that Omicron destroyed COVID more than the vaccinations did, right? Because what happened was that COVID mutated itself out of existence in terms of being deadly, and people got used to it, and their bodies got used to it, just like any other disease. And so the vaccine didn't do what they said it was going to do. People got sick with the vaccine. People passed it to other people. People died after getting the vaccine. So it wasn't any of the things that they promised, which, I've covered. You see in the compilation, the various things that were said there. And so we can all agree on that. And now there are side effects. Now the debate over side effects and the pharmaceutical company and the government suppressing information about side effects is more debatable. But we do know that Americans have lost their faith in the medical institution. And, well, let me show you those. There are two things I want to show you here. So it seems like Americans regret getting the vaccine. There's an article here from MSNBC, and it said this: poll Democrats and independents are glad they got the COVID vaccine. Most Republicans regret it. And so I'm not sure there's an overall number, but 50%, 57% of Republicans say it was not worth it to get the vaccine, right? It said here, 29% of independents and 5% of Democrats said it wasn't worth it. And so, there's, I don't know if that's maybe 40%, 50%. They don't have the total, how many people. And so that's what people are already saying now. But wait till they get side effects. If there's long-term side effects of the vaccine and, whatever it might be. But in terms of people who didn't get the vaccine, there isn't a large number. I would think of probably 1 or 2% that say that they regret it, right? And then there's this right here. Top Fauci aide apologized to Deborah Ross when grilled about his conduct.
From North Carolina for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Morenz, I really take very seriously these allegations of misconduct and the unauthorized disposition of NIH email records, your blatant disregard for transparency obligations under FOIA, and the manner in which you conducted yourself, including disparaging language toward others of differing perspectives, not only call into question your judgment, but also—
So what she's talking about there is other doctors and medical people that didn't agree with the rhetoric, the pro-pharmaceutical, pro-vax rhetoric that was not based in science. And they said things and made claims that weren't true. And they demonized anti-vaxxers and people with like some kind of psychological problem, and that they were a threat to society, which this was the evidence that was put out there. This was the so-called scientific research that didn't exist that led to this hate crime, right? This hate rhetoric.
also your character. And on a larger scale, they inflict serious damage on public trust for the entire scientific enterprise. Because when you work for the federal government, you're not just working for yourself. You're working for the people, and you're working with your colleagues. Since the start of the pandemic, we have seen a decline in the public's confidence in science and public health. One study conducted by the Pew Research Center found that between April 2020 and October 2023, the number of Americans who reported that they had a great deal of trust in scientists fell by 16%, from 39% to 23%.
So only 39% of people have trust and faith in science before COVID. So that shows you what science has done, right? And people who have issues, health issues, whatever it is, people who are survivors of people who die at the hands of doctors and all the rest of it, right? Because scientists can be bought. It isn't that science is disputable when it's done correctly. I mean, science, can be disputable based in, how you interpret it. But it's the way it's interpreted.
Stop right there. The scientific method encourages dispute. If you don't agree with the findings, you get to say so. You get to fucking put forth your own research. And that's judged on its own merits. Fucking the scientific method is set up for dispute, not anti-dispute. That's where these people fucked up. Every one of us was taught the scientific method in school.
Yes.
And them fucking saying, hey, this is the science. Bullshit. Bullshit.
I think the point he had there was like science can be bought. Most of the studies you see, they're paid for by,
Look at all the stuff on smoking. Paid for by Philip Morris.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the product of fucking, lead gasoline. Paid for by,
Shell.
Shell.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I think, and it kind of boils down to the connection of lobbying. Lobbying should be illegal. Should be no money changing hands between private and government entities. It's a conflict of interest. Okay, I'll start it back up.
All right.
That these shills, these scientists who can be bought by the highest bidder, will misread data or disinclude data and fudge the science for personal profit, and because some corporation or some government wants them to do that, right? In this case, it came at the cost of hate being spewed at anti-vaxxers, so much so that they became what would be considered a marginalized group in any other context, right? Let's keep on going here.
And while proliferation of misinformation about COVID-19 has certainly fueled this decline, when the American public sees that one of the federal government's own scientists was potentially trying to hide their work-related conversations from the public by using a personal email, that will only lead to further distrust in our nation's scientific community. And this decline in the confidence in the scientific enterprise has rippled and had health effects that we're seeing even now. For example, we've seen the effect of the distrust in science specifically within our vaccine records. A recent survey from the Annenberg Public Policy Center found that the proportion of respondents who did not believe in vaccines that are approved in the United States, it doubled from nearly doubled from 9% to 16% between April 2021 and the fall of 2023.
That was one of the 9%.
And with new variants of the coronavirus, fewer and fewer people are getting their booster shots. As we hold today's hearings, the United States is at the precipice of losing our measles elimination status due to repeated outbreaks of the disease that have popped up across the country, from Florida to Ohio to Missouri to California. This is especially concerning as 250,000 kindergartners nationwide haven't received their updated measles immunization leaving them unprotected from this deadly disease. That is not your fault. But what I am saying is,
It's not your fault. Like, she's a mainstream person, and he's going to, do a sort of pseudo apology. But the thing is that you have to understand with pharmaceutical companies, if their goal is profit, which it is, if their goal is to create the best possible business model, the best thing that can happen to humanity is that their immune systems are compromised, that your natural immune system is compromised, and you have to depend on these allopathic pharmaceutical drugs for your health.
Ding, 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 ding. Did you hear that?
That's a fucking bullseye right
I
there.
did.
Did you hear that?
I did.
That was the little nugget of nugget of gold within all this. You want me to play it one more time? Fuck it.
But the thing is that you have to understand with pharmaceutical companies, if their goal is profit, which it is, if their goal is to create the best possible business model, the best thing that can happen to humanity is that their immune systems are compromised, that your natural immune system is compromised, and you have to depend on these allopathic pharmaceutical drugs for your health, and that you're a patient, you're a constant patient of theirs.
Patient for life.
Enough so you can hold a job and you can have money so you can pay to the big pharma. So you can't be like dead or
dysfunctional enough.
But you have to have numerous chronic conditions, and that's
Pause
what's
it
happening.
right there.
And
Okay, now what the problem with what he's saying is, without these immunizations for childhood diseases, about half of the children born would die in childhood, like they used to.
Yeah, like they used to.
Okay? Are we, as a society, willing to give up the surety that our children that are born, God forbid, don't die, even though 20% of them are aborted in the womb?
I was just gonna say, how many do they kill for convenience anyway?
20%. Basically, we figured it out yesterday. 1 child per second is aborted every day, of every hour, of every fucking year. 1 child per second. But the ones that are allowed to fucking live, we want to see half of them die if we don't vaccinate them. Because they will.
Should be your choice.
They will. They will fucking die if we don't vaccinate them. Half. So
Again, is it not their choice?
Wait, they have fucking taken a word which actually fucking helps people, vaccination. Falk, the polio vaccine. People don't fucking hardly get polio anymore because they get vaccinated against it. I don't know. I didn't realize it was a fucking choice when my kids were little.
No, they don't. They don't bill it to anybody as a choice. They don't let you know that little tidbit.
Yeah, you can say, all right, here's what's happening. If you don't want to give your child this, they could get sick and die, or they could get sick and be fucking crippled, or you name it. But it's your choice not to do it. And your responsibility if the worst should happen.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
And this is what the mainstream medical model has ultimately done for people, for folks, right?
And people don't trust scientists. They don't trust the science. So you've answered this question in another way, but do you agree that your conduct as a scientist working for the federal government betrayed the highest ethical standards that are expected of you and are expected to maintain the trust of the American people?
Well, that's a several-part statement, and
He's defensive here.
Let me answer it by saying, I've always thought of myself as an ethical person.
He did. He just thinks. Well, then you must be. If you think you're an ethical person, you fucking must be.
Important to me to tell the truth and do decent things.
He does decent things, not great things, but pretty decent.
That's why I stuck my head up to defend Peter when he was under death threats. Obviously, and I thought all these things I was doing that were on my private email, my private Gmail, were outside the domain of my official job, as a private citizen. But I've obviously made mistakes. I've mixed up.
I made some mistakes. I made a few mistakes here, though. They're not unethical mistakes. They're just, like innocent mistakes, decent mistakes.
Emails and Gmails, and that's caused me to do all of the things you mentioned, but bring discredit on myself and on the government. I don't know what to say. I've apologized. I regret that. I wish I could take it back.
You wish you could take it all back, right? What about the hate that you guys steeped and, created the conditions for, the hate that was put on all of us who don't believe in the vaccine and vaccines in general? What about that? You regret that? Okay, so let's talk about hate speech and hate crimes, which are, of course, two different things. And I'm going to talk about hate again the way that I see it. The term hate can be misleading. When we use the term hate crime, the word hate does not mean rage, anger, or general dislike. In the context of hate, means bias against a group or against people or groups with specific characteristics that are defined by law. And so this usually applies to people who, based in their religion, their ethnicity, their gender, any of these things, right? Their color, their skin, these things. But also you can talk about it being belief systems where there is bias against people and groups based in their belief system. And people in the so-called truth community and anti-vaxxers experience this, right? And so here, the crime in hate crime is a violent crime such as assault, murder, arson, vandalism, or threats to commit such crimes, which was definitely happening against anti-vaxxers. It also may cover conspiring or asking another person to commit such crimes, even if the crime was never carried out, which is also was done with anti-vaxxers, right? But then we have hate speech, which is definitely here. Hate speech in any form is the expression through speakers intent to vilify, humiliate, or incite hatred against a group or a class of persons on the basis of race, religion, skin color, sexual identity, gender identity, ethnicity, disability, or national origin. And you can add here somebody's belief system, because that's what's happened, right? Okay, so there are two principles at play here that I cover on. One of them, which is about hate, that I talk about more in my Pockets of the Future channel when I get into more of my spiritual beliefs. The other is when you're a hypocrite, when you're against a behavior, when it's only to you and the groups of people that you care about. Justifying a behavior because the other people are deemed lesser than you. So the first part is that hate is something inside somebody. This is Sajmarg, the meditation that I do 101. That hate is something inside of you. When you feel hatred, it's your hatred. The object of your hate is external, but the hate itself is internal. In the Sajmarg teaching and just in life in general, it's a spiritual poison, and it sucks to feel hate. It sucks to be around people who are feeling hate and anger and fear and all these things, right? And so, it's just, it behooves a person to get rid of the hate that's inside of them. Generalized hate. Not hate against a person, not hate against a group, but just hate overall as a condition that's in your internal system. And it can be cleaned out, and with some mental discipline and some internal work, you can get rid of the hatred in your system, right? where you just don't feel that way, even if people are horrible people, even if people are wronging you, even if people maybe even deserve some anger and hate towards them based in their treatment of you or treatment of other people. It is cleaned out and isn't there. You can still see them without the emotion, without the feeling of hate, right? You can still see the negative behaviors. You're still aware of the negative behaviors, but you don't have that reaction. So that's the first part. The second part is that, I say this quite a bit to my own viewers. For example, I used to mock Britney Spears, I do a lot of mockery and things on my channel. And I would get right-wing Republican people, truthers, people that are sort of in my, demographic, who would chastise me because they identified with Britney because she came from the South, or she was blonde, or she was like them. And they would say she's been abused. And, they would say, whatever they would say towards me about being mad at me for mocking her. But I would say to them, you didn't have a problem when I was mocking Lady Gaga or Cardi B or any of these other lefty sort of performers that you dislike and you hate, or you have negative feelings towards. It's just because you identify with Britney. Because those Lady Gaga and Cardi B and a lot of these female celebrities all say that they were sexually abused, and abused in a similar way to Britney, right? A lot of these women who you don't like are, they suffered the same kind of things that Britney suffered. And so what I say about that is you're not against the behavior. You laughed along and you liked it when I mocked people that you don't like. But when I mock people you do like, you get mad at me. So it's not that you're against mocking. And again, I'm not defending mockery here, right? I'm just saying this is something that exists in people. Sure, you can complain about a behavior if you're against it in all forms. So all these liberal people, all these left-wing people, all YouTube, and their, YouTube has whole categories of hate speech and, these things on their platform, all these community guideline strikes things, community guidelines strikes you can receive for a video. They have it for all these various protected groups. But somehow it's completely okay for everybody, Republicans, Democrats, politicians, celebrities, people all over YouTube, to condemn anti-vaxxers. And remember, when this was going on, people were freaked out and were scared of dying of COVID. And they were given a villain that was going to make it, harder for them or put them at risk and at threat. And it was anti-vaxxers. And the president was carrying the torch for the pharmaceutical companies to demonize anti-vaxxers and create hate speech of a group who had every right not to receive the vaccine. And YouTube and all these platforms endorsed it, right? And so this was done by Disney and ESPN, and we're going to get into Kyrie Irving and Aaron Rodgers, the way they were treated. But all this hate and, anger and, all this stuff came at these people, came at people who were, who just didn't want to get the vax, which was in their right. And they didn't, they weren't putting other people at risk. They weren't doing anything bad. They weren't bad people. But there was hate speech and hate crimes and the potential hate crimes that went along with it because of the rhetoric that was, perpetrated by the Democratic Party and to some extent the Republican Party and, all the mainstream media and, sports channels and all these people, right? And now they need to be held accountable. They need to admit they're wrong, which they won't, and apologize, which I don't care about, but they should, just on the basis of, this is what they did. They're hypocrites and they go against their very beliefs because they all say they're against hate speech, but they couldn't wait to jump on the hate bandwagon, oftentimes because they were, being paid by Pfizer or some other pharmaceutical giant. And so the networks themselves had a financial stake in demonizing anti-vaxxers because the pharmaceutical companies wanted to get into every person in every, in each capacity. And now those people, like if you believe in the side effects, which I certainly do, are who have been vaccinated, now they're coming up with other drugs to deal with the side effects of the vaccine. So it's been like a windfall profit for the pharmaceutical companies who got the government to pay for the vaccines and then to force people to take them. So let's start with ESPN and Kyrie Irving here. Okay, so let's start off here. ESPN's Allison Williams explains why she is giving up her job over vaccine mandate. That in early September, Williams shared on Twitter that she decided not to get a COVID-19 vaccine while her and her husband are trying to have a second child. The vaccine at this time is not in my interest. Here she is here.
So I know I've been a bit mum since releasing the statement I put out a few months ago now regarding my decision to not receive the COVID-19 vaccine. I just want to give everybody an update on my situation with ESPN. And a great producer once told me, don't bury the lead. So I have been denied my request for accommodation by ESPN and the Walt Disney Company. And effective next week, I will be separated from the company. First of all, thank you, everyone who reached out and texted, emailed, called, messaged me. I can't tell you how much light it brought in a really dark and difficult time. And I've also had a lot of people, and women in particular, reach out and share their stories in regards to fertility and getting the injection. And to the women who got it and have had and are having successful pregnancies and have babies in their arms, I'm beyond thrilled for you. Congratulations. That's amazing and terrific. And I believe you. To the women who have reached out and shared their experiences of getting the injection and subsequent miscarriages, menstrual irregularities, periods after menopause.
Oh, okay. So you get the idea here, right? So ESPN, let's go to here. So they've stolen my bit, and I don't know if they've ever saw my bit, but you guys know my bit, right? Rooster, rooster, rooster for booster, booster, booster. Like it's, let me just show you my thing here. But this is their thing.
One place to look. Luka going off. First quarter, Kevin Harlan.
It's called Wake Up Call. You know, they've stolen a lot of terminology from the truth community across the board. But ESPN is particularly egregious. So ESPN, which has a relationship with Pfizer and other big pharmaceutical companies, forced all their employees to not only to get the injection themselves, but to be pro-vax in everything that they said. Stephen A. Smith, who's their highest paid employee, who makes $8 million a year, came out and said that he had some doubts about the vax too, but he was not going to give up his $8 million a year. And he then started to savage Kyrie Irving and Kyrie Irving's character, as did all these ESPN pundits, right? And I'll get into Pat McAfee in a bit and Aaron Rodgers, because that ties into this. That was where I originally got this idea to make this video. But they savaged with hate speech Kyrie Irving, who, you know, he went to the Brooklyn Nets. He went back to where he grew up. You know, he grew up in New Jersey, Brooklyn area. And he went there to play basketball with Kevin Durant, and with the attempt to bring them a championship by both of them signing with the Brooklyn Nets. But New York was one of the worst on COVID and then the COVID vaccine, right? There were so many deaths. I mean, New York led the nation in deaths, only to be surpassed by California, all the stuff that they did during COVID. And then they made the vaccines mandatory in California and New York, which turned out to be unconstitutional, which we knew all along it was. And so Kyrie Irving was right. And Kyrie Irving said it wasn't just about him. He was standing up for other people who were forced to get the vax because of their job, which was very noble on his part, right? And he gave up at least $18 million and then, another, millions of dollars. He probably lost maybe between $50 and $100 million in NBA contracts. Nike unsigned him, and he was right all along, right? He was attacked for that and anti-Semitism, which he wasn't anti-Semitic, and he just posted a video that had stuff that people considered anti-Semitic in it. And he was savage because of his position on the vaccines, and now he is doing really well in basketball. So we'll get into that in just a moment. Well, here, we'll get into it now. So this guy, Kendrick Perkins, is saying,
which is, I don't know if anybody you guys follow basketball, but it's really nice to see that he's been vindicated kind of now. But you'll see, he'll also say in this video, he's still being discriminated against, even today. You know.
There's a KOA campground here at exit 70 on I-44. Just want to let everybody know.
Ooh, KOA.
Kyrie Irving deserves an apology, and he's apologizing to him. And then he also was talking about how eventually Kyrie might tell his story. So the Dallas Mavericks have won the Western Conference, and they're now playing for the NBA Finals. And Kyrie Irving has done great in terms of his basketball skills, but also in terms of his leadership. And he's been a leader, you know, and the inspiration behind the team, and sacrificing so that he can promote Luka Doncic, and he's done a stellar job. And just this morning, I turned on Get Up with this guy Greenberg or whatever his name is. Greeny is what they call him, and he was talking about how Kyrie Irving is on a redemption tour, and all these announcers are talking about how Kyrie has redeemed himself, and the only thing he's redeemed is your story, your faulty story, your slanderous story about him. Because he was right on the vaccine, which most people will agree now, and we'll see this being talked about on Pat McAfee with another basketball player who got the vaccine. You know, someone who's part of a sort of a royal basketball family. But so many people now are regretting getting the vaccine, and we all know that the hate speech that was dumped on Kyrie Irving and Aaron Rodgers and all the rest of us was misplaced and wrong. And it goes against everything that you supposedly believe in, right? And so let's get into it here.
Yeah. Kyrie Irving, what he's done this season and in the postseason, guess what? He got a lot of people waking up, looking themselves in the mirror. We have answers. We need answers to a lot of questions, right?
We need answers to a lot of questions.
Now, why is Kyrie Irving not on the Olympic team? Why is Kyrie Irving not a top 75 greatest player of all time?
So what he's talking about is the prejudice against Kyrie Irving, which again relates to hate speech. So the NBA has put out an Olympic team, and Kyrie Irving wanted to be on it, and the other players wanted him to be on it, but he wasn't invited. And so, like, that shows prejudice because of his positions, which again turned out to be right. He's also clearly one of the top 75 players of all time based in his. I mean, he's just better than other people who are on that. So, some of these other things, right? He's a player who's won an NBA championship, and he just has a skill set that, I mean, he makes incredible shots, and he has, just an incredible handle in terms of his ability to dribble the ball. So that's what he's talking about here.
Doing right now, look, his leadership, right, has been outstanding for the Dallas Mavericks.
So they're all talking about his leadership, right? And he was considered a cancer, that no team wanted him. Dallas was criticized for trading him, and they said this relationship between Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic would never work because they were both ball hogs and they were both selfish, and they couldn't coexist. And he had no offers in terms of free agency. So he signed for less money than he deserved. Kendrick Perkins just pointed out that he had similar numbers to Anthony Edwards, who is, an all NBA player. There's there's first team, second team, third team all NBA players. And Anthony Edwards was on the second team. Luka Doncic was on the first team. Kyrie Irving should have been at least on the third team based on the numbers and his importance to the team. And so, like, everyone's changing their opinion of the guy and saying that he changed and he's redeemed himself. Now he's kept his mouth closed. He hasn't been a problem in terms of talking truth, but the things he said were right and justified. And he's kind of a hero, right? Somebody who puts up, loses upwards of $50 million, $100 million in endorsements and contracts. I mean, he lost $100 million based in him standing up for what he believed, right? Which turned out to be right. And this was this hate that was driven towards all the people who believe what Kyrie Irving believed, right? Then this piece of shit talks about it here.
Was for him, and the year before that was for him. That stuff is still there, and that's why decisions were made about him. I mean, what he's doing right now is laundering.
So this guy is one among many who's changed his opinion about the vax. At least it seems like, because he was hammering Kyrie Irving. Like there's another one that happened 2 days ago where he apologizes to Kyrie Irving. This thing just came out this morning. Very timely for me making this video. But here's this guy still talking about his decisions. His decisions were great. He decided he did something. You know, Pat Tillman was celebrated as a hero for giving up a lucrative NFL career to go and die in Afghanistan, killed by friendly fire. And his family has now come out, and his friends saying that there was foul play on top of it, and certainly a cover-up. And he was used for an illegal war. But what he did was noble. Like what Pat Tillman did was noble. What Kyrie Irving did was even bigger than that, because he was slandered and hammered, and all the things that were said about him. And, he was loved in the NBA. Mark Cuban talked about it.
Stop it right there. All right. Giving up money versus giving up your life is not a greater thing. This guy's got that wrong.
I don't know if that's actually the angle he was at. I think he was talking about the reach of these two people.
Right.
But I know what you mean.
Yeah, they call getting killed in the line of duty the ultimate sacrifice for a reason.
Yeah. I don't think that was the angle what he said that at, but it wasn't. It's not quite clear. Yeah. I think he was talking about the reach of the two messages, right? Like, look, a lot of people wouldn't even know Pat Tillman's name, or the story behind it, whereas the millions of NBA fans. That's what I think. But I totally agree with what you're saying. Money over life.
Pat Tillman's been dead for 22 years now.
True.
Kyrie Irving is still playing.
Still relevant.
Yeah.
People loved him. All the other players and things, and he was well regarded. And that the media just slandered him because this media, this guy included, they're all shills for big pharma and Pfizer. And so that's what that's about. So this guy said because Kyrie Irving's non-basketball related decisions, USA Basketball was justified in saying that he doesn't deserve to be on the team. But now, people in the black community are certainly always been very resistant or hesitant on the vaccine because of stuff that happened in the whatever that thing was called where they were given
Have you heard of the Tuskegee experiments?
Where they injected syphilis into the black prisoners? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is what he's going to get into now, and the reason why the black community has been hesitant for medical injections with good reason.
They were given syphilis, right? The Tuskegee syphilis study, right? The Tuskegee experiment. And so now, there's a redemption for Kyrie Irving, not because he was wrong, but because he was right.
Well, Alan, look, my grandpa always used to tell me, it's your side of the story, their side of the story, and then it's the truth, okay? It's the truth that lies in the middle.
And the truth is not on your side, because your truth was paid for by Pfizer. The truth might not be on my side completely, but I'm not being paid by Pfizer. Right? You understand that? I have my own subjective, decision-making, whatever. All of us do all of us who are truthers, all of us who aren't a part of the, who are anti-vaxxers or whatever they want to call us and label us, right? But when it comes out right now and what's come out so far, the truth is much more on our side. You are the ones who are lying. You're the ones who are bullying. You're the ones who are gaslighting. And so that's with Kyrie Irving, the truth was on his side because Kyrie Irving was doing something noble and you guys were being paid by Pfizer.
And the fact of the matter is that we've heard a lot of people's side of the story, but we've never heard Kyrie Irving's side of the story when it comes down to his situation being with the Brooklyn Nets. But
so it's hard for me to say how much I can use of this because ESPN sucks about copyright. But yeah, this is all, part of this thing. This is the big part here.
That everyone keep a cool booty, because let me tell you what we all should be afraid of, right? If Kyrie Irving goes on to win the NBA championship, I'm afraid that he's going to actually tell his side of the story and what went on with the Brooklyn Nets. And once we get his side of the story, then we're going to be having another conversation.
So, so there's that, right?
You know what I'm saying? Because more apology letters are going to come out. Because, I've been taking hey, Greeny, I don't go searching for information, but sometimes information finds me. And I'm telling you right now, Sean Marks was not a saint in this situation when it came down to the Brooklyn Nets.
Okay, so Sean Marks was the general manager, is still the general manager of the Brooklyn Nets. And the way they treated Kyrie Irving during the vax situation and afterwards. So this is what happened. Some of this is Kyrie's fault in terms of getting a bad reputation. He won an NBA championship with LeBron, but then demanded a trade because he wanted his own team. He didn't want to be second fiddle to LeBron. He went to the Boston Celtics, and they had a good young core unit there. But he got hurt a couple of times. He didn't, they said he didn't nurture the younger players. He was critical of them, and he came out and said that he, felt like what LeBron must have felt with him, right? Like he kind of apologized to LeBron saying, these young guys don't get it like I didn't get it. And so he ended up not re-signing with Boston, even though he said he would. They now had a couple of stars. Of course, they're playing Boston now in the finals, which is interesting. And then he returned to Boston, and he stepped on the logo. They were booing him. They were saying stuff, Boston's kind of racist. He gave the finger to Boston. This is post-vaccination stuff, right? And so he decides to go to the Brooklyn Nets, and he convinces Kevin Durant, who wants to leave the Warriors because he was being discredited for going there in the first place to a loaded team. And so they end up getting James Harden, so they have three good players. And when they played together, they were phenomenal. But they all got hurt at different times. And then the vaccine thing happened. James Harden demanded a trade, and Kyrie Irving was blamed because he didn't play in half the games, right? But that wasn't a bad thing that he did. He stood up for what he believed in, and we all now know he was right. Like, people are beginning to admit that, which you'll see in a bit. This is part of why I started to do this, but, there's this general sense among many people that at least the anti-vaxxers were never wrong, and that they also might be right,
Might be right.
Terms with.
They might be right.
Right.
How long is it going to take though before, we can already see signs of them being right, but how long is it going to be before it's finally admitted, hey, yeah, you were right? Or will it ever?
I imagine when the senior leadership during the COVID era is dying off or has lost political power, that you will see that.
Okay. So I was thinking maybe when kids learn about it from a history book perspective, and it's just, dealt with in facts of, guess who depends writes their history book.
We all know how the history books are fucking written.
Yeah, I guess it depends who.
And by who. Oh, and extend your middle fingers to the left right now. Fuck Buc-ee's! Fuck
you,
Buc-ee's!
Buc-ee's.
Fuck you, you goddamn beaver!
So essentially, this goes on it's got another about 15 minutes, but it's a lot about just how Kyrie Irving is being treated. I don't know. Actually,
okay, so this was 2 days ago. Today's Friday, May 31st, so this was the 29th or the 28th. And I saw this right after I saw the video I'm going to show you with Aaron Rodgers.
Pulling and applauding for Kyrie Irving. we need to start getting these apologies out there, okay? They need to be as loud as everybody were when they were criticizing Kyrie, and I'm one of them. Let me start off by
So he like this is again, I'm not an apology person, but admitting you're wrong, and he's not really doing that about the vax as much. But ESPN as a culture and a network and being a shill for big pharma and for the Pfizer and all that, right?
apologizing because I had a lot of disrespectful things to say about Kyrie. Just go to the NBA Finals. I must say, I need to see those apology letters out right now, and they need to be signed.
So there was that. So this is Austin Rivers. Austin's father is Doc Rivers. Austin played in a number of NBA teams, went to Duke. And, Doc Rivers is a longtime NBA coach, won at least one NBA championship with Boston, coaches Milwaukee now. They're, his sister and Doc's daughter married Steph Curry's sister. So they're like sort of basketball royalty, right? The family. He went on Pat McAfee. I think he went to Duke like right after Kyrie Irving did.
But more impressively, what he's been able to do with this locker room as a leader. We haven't seen Kai in this role. On the teams that he's had success at, the leader was LeBron James. And then we also saw him not do so well in Boston as a leading role. That's why this is going to be really interesting, him going back to Boston, by the way. But he's changed the entire narrative about him and has forced a lot of people to apologize.
So, this started to spark the idea for this video. Because, there's just a weird connection between winning and then people having to sort of admit you were right. It's just, Kyrie Irving doesn't win. They don't go to the NBA Finals. They might win the championship this year. And, winning sort of validates a person's behavior and position in a weird way in the sports world. Okay, so the reason I'm making this video is I saw this conversation. And then I saw the perk thing after that. But this was what gave me the idea. It's just time to make this video. And the clip I was using, I found a clip of Austin Rivers on Pat McAfee. And they took out the chunk where they're talking about the vaccine. Right? So Pat McAfee puts his whole show up on his channel. And then ESPN takes little bits and clips of it. Right? And so they took this conversation out. But I found the whole, lucky for me, I just happened to turn this on while eating breakfast or lunch or something, right? Probably breakfast. But, I was watching and I'm like, wow, they edited out the part that I remember about the vax. And so I had to go to the whole video and find it there because ESPN edited out and you'll see why, the vaccine portion.
Got some type of spirit about him. I don't know. Every time you see Kai, he's smiling, he's happy. It looks like he's enjoying work. Him and Luka are like coexisting.
I
can't do this, man.
Seriously. I'm telling you. Because if you think you talk about what he went through and he wasn't on the court, it's like we know somebody else that that had similar.
Does his name start with an A?
They're both outside the box thinkers.
For sure. 2 A's, actually. Starts with 2 A's. Yeah.
So we're talking about Aaron Rodgers.
Sorry, and I wonder, I know we're hearing now how he feels about how it all went.
Yeah, bingo.
I wonder how Kyrie's at a point where he's like, if there's humans listening right now that don't know anybody that was very much against the vaccination situation a couple of years back. Now, granted, I was vaccinated while talking to Aaron Rodgers, and I was getting cooked in 7 different languages.
Because he was on ESPN, like they made him do it.
Because of how Aaron felt about the entire thing. Now, here we are years later. They all feel vindicated. Like that might be a part of Kyrie's entire.
Yeah, we all feel vindicated, right? On multiple levels. So they'll get into it. This will be the last clip I show you.
Yep. Certainly hasn't forgotten.
Vibes as well. You know what I mean? Like
Texas,
they are empowered. Like they feel.
And in Dallas, they seem to cheer Kyrie even more than Luka Doncic. Luka Doncic is the better player.
Because they were right.
He's the, sort of the dominant player on the team. But the Dallas Mavericks seem to love Kyrie Irving because there's a lot of Republicans there, a lot of people who were anti-vax, and they appreciate him standing up. There's lots of people who probably more people appreciate what he did than demonized him. right? But they don't like put out a poll on that, right?
I'm definitely there's definitely some regrets about just willingly just putting the needle. You know, what I mean, we all just took it. Didn't we all?
So he's saying he regrets it, right? Like he regrets it, and they realized that Kyrie was. I mean, this is about, this is what Big Perk was trying to allude to, and they can't talk about it because ESPN, they're on their knees servicing Pfizer and Big Pharma.
Took that and just didn't ask questions.
We trusted.
And then
We
now,
trusted.
Like years later, we trusted. We trusted the process.
We made it. Hey, listen, we all made it, right? We lost a lot of great people, but we all made it. So we beat.
Fair enough.
We beat COVID.
Yeah.
Right.
Woo! Yeah, you beat COVID. And so they said they trusted it. Now they're kind of regretting it because they're all seeing people dropping like flies. Died suddenly, and despite the pushback against it being some sort of a thing here, they all of the things that we always talk about here. So I want to wrap up. This is my conclusion to this whole thing. I built the strong case here, and so the first part is this: when you come in strong, right? When you come in strong and make claims. Now think about any sort of medicine that makes claims and those claims turn out to be false. Now, the first thing is you never saw any vaccination commercials that were done by Pfizer or the other companies. So why was that? Why did you not see, like you see pharmaceutical ads all the time? Because at the end of the pharmaceutical ad, they have to list the side effects. And so Pfizer didn't run ads for the vaccine. Like they, put up public service announcements and say, have you gotten it? But they didn't have these ads that you see for pharmaceutical drugs all the time. That's on ESPN and CNN, all these news networks, because they couldn't, because they didn't want to tell you the side effects. That was the first thing. And, we don't even know what they are. They still haven't listed these things. And they're just discovering them now. So that was like the first piece to it, right? The second piece is they got shills to come in and shame you and shame anti-vaxxers into wearing masks, celebrities, all these things I showed you that in my meme, that's just a partial compilations of clips that I showed on both my channels. Like that's not even everything that I had. And I didn't certainly have everything, but they had shills come on. They had social media people come on and tell you false information because it wasn't coming for the pharmaceutical companies, and vaccinations are protected anyway by the vaccine court. And so they couldn't be sued for false claims. But this is what was said by Joe Biden, the president of the United States, and many other people, that if you got COVID, you probably wouldn't get it. If you got the vaccine, it would probably prevent you from getting it all, which turned out to be completely false. Pfizer came out and said, yeah, we didn't even do research on that. So that wasn't a claim that they could make, but people like Joe Biden could, right? And so this is how big they came in. They said, you probably wouldn't get sick, but if you did get sick, it would be light and you wouldn't pass it on to other people. And then they changed the story saying, well, you're going to get sick, but it's going to be mild. And then it turned out, well, it could be severe, but you won't be hospitalized. And they said, well, you'll be hospitalized, but you're not going to die. And they said, well, you're not going to die, but you might die, but and it's still better than not taking it. And, they said you wouldn't pass it on to other people. So those claims were false, and they knew they were false, and they made them anyway. And any of us who came out and said they were false, doctors who came out, scientists who came out, were censored. They were banned and ostracized. And there was hate speech used for anti-vaxxers, and anybody criticizing, those people had to be deplatformed. People lost their social media platforms. They were given community guideline strikes for medical misinformation. And you couldn't talk about the things that you did, right?
Like me.
I still have a lot of things that I did because
Like
I had COVID
you.
3 times. I had Omicron. I had the, something, whatever was left after that. And I had it bad, like in the very beginning when it first came out, me and my wife. And my health was so bad anyway. It was like entering sort of the, I was in my 50s and I was entering a downtime in my life health-wise. And I just gone through a divorce and, I'd come back from living in India for 3 years. I mean, all these things. And I was just, my immune system wasn't working the way it should. And I just, I took it on the chin, but I've rebuilt my health. Like I'm healthier than ever. And I'm doing great physically. I've been rejuvenated. And I have all these things I'm going to probably put into some audio book or something maybe on a different platform, because YouTube would call it medical disinformation. Not that I suggest anything, I just would tell you what I did. But you couldn't do that, right? YouTube wouldn't let you do that, and they censored everything. Like, I'm not a big ivermectin person, but they censored all those things, and those were choices people wanted to make or could have made. And so they came in big, right? Remember how big they came in, and they didn't deliver, right? So when you come in and there's, threats towards people, and you make it mandatory, this is the violence and this is where it becomes a hate crime, where people were forced to either lose their jobs or make a choice between their jobs or getting the vaccine and sending their kids to school or not, right? Giving their young kids a vaccine that maybe they didn't want to give or whatever it was. And this is where the violence was done, because if there's side effects that happen because of that, and you were forced into doing that by society for a profit, then this is the other piece to it. It was profitable, right? For-profit medicine, that its medical model is predicated on you being sick, right? And so taking something from somebody who wants you to be sick, wants you to be weak, and wants you to be a good customer, that showed, like a lot of ethical.
Well, again, I say,
how many people
and I've asked this question the entire time.
Joe Biden.
Since when has the government ever personally cared about any of us, our health, any of it?
Only the money you can bring into them.
Exactly. Since when has the government ever cared about human beings aside from their money? They don't care about your health.
That ended about the time that Thomas Jefferson left office.
Yeah. Well, they sure as hell don't now.
Yeah, it's been a while since he was president.
They don't have any vested interest in your health whatsoever. They don't care about your health. So why are people taking them serious?
The for-profit medical system is fraught with, it's going to be disastrous.
Yeah. Is that Rusty? What's up, Rusty?
Rusty
What
joining us?
the hell is going on up in this joint?
Trying to get Brandon another strike.
Oh, well, if you got me on here, there's a pretty good possibility.
Well, that's okay, because it's best if we speak truth.
That's right.
If we don't need to worry about getting another strike or anything like that. We should tell each other the truth, regardless. We don't give a fuck what people who are in the paycheck of Big Pharma think about how we talk about this shit.
Yeah,
I don't.
Well, Brandon, that's the thing that I really admire about you. You have no fear. You're more concerned about what is right than kowtowing and bending the knee to the system.
Yep.
Boy, I just had a really...
Be a man on your feet.
Yes.
Don't be a fucking slave on your knees.
No, I don't bow down to no man and no woman. The only person I bow down to, his name is Jesus Christ.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I just had something interesting happen to me. I was in the Bay St. Louis courthouse, and I was trying to get some stuff done, just various things, everything from boat stuff to inquiring about some other stuff. And I ran into this woman that I used to sing with a few years ago. And, just for, shits and giggles, I told her, I said, man, I've been trying to put together a Willie Nelson tribute band. And she said she was interested. So we made a, let's see, I don't want to use the word date. We plan to meet in about an hour and a half at a local bar here and discuss some things, because she's got some contacts that are lead guitarists and some bassists, and I got contacts that are drummers and synthesizers and piano. And we're going to see, maybe we might be able to put something together. I don't know. But it's always been a dream of mine to create a Willie Nelson tribute band.
Heck yeah, man.
Now, this wouldn't be the kind of tribute where you get a picture and you leave a little present on it. It's a different kind of tribute,
Come
right?
on. That's a different tribute.
Okay, just checking. Because that gives a whole new meaning to a Willie Nelson tribute band.
Yeah. Man, it's absolutely gorgeous down here today. Wow. The weather is awesome. Man, I wish I was out there on the boat right now.
Heck yeah, man. Yeah, it's 80 degrees where I'm at right now. It's overcast a little bit, but sunny.
Hey, how's Pops doing, Outlaw?
He's doing pretty good. He seems to be in a little bit better spirits today, so waiting on the therapist to get here.
Yeah, it's always the holidays you got to watch out for. That's when I get together with my dad to make sure he's not alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yesterday we went and looked at some mobile homes to get moved into up there on the property. So we're starting to finally make progress in that direction.
What would these be used for?
Do what now? I'm sorry.
What would these mobile homes be used for on your property?
It for him to live in, to be closer to family, to where we can watch him and help him out, because he's fixing to be at the point where he's going to have care from everybody, and I'm going to have to start going to work and making some money to bring in and help fill that hole of financial loss that happened when Mom passed away. So
yeah,
because when she passed away, that part of Social Security out of her half cut out. So
you tell him, Sam.
Yeah,
Right.
Outlaw,
they need to know.
When my mom passed away, some of her retirement, got shifted to my dad. Not much. My dad only makes like barely $900 in Social Security every single month. And the crazy thing is that he built an estate on 10 acres, that's over $500,000. And unfortunately, he's been talking to me lately because, he feels it. I feel it. He's not going to make it out of this year. And, he's been talking to me about, because this gets split between me and my brother. And he's been he wants to make sure everybody is satisfied, that there's no fighting. And we came up with a few rules, like, for example, whoever gets his truck, the other one gets his tractor. Whoever gets his granddaddy's shotgun, the other one gets granddaddy's clock. That type of thing.
Right.
It's a very hard conversation to have.
It is. Right now, I think Pop's on his mind has. I think a will has stayed on his mind a lot here lately.
Yeah.
Himself,
Outlaw, you need to help him. You need to provide that extra motivation for him to get his affairs in order. And I know that's a tough thing to do, but this is life. This is what happens. We live and then we die.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah. We're. I think we're reaching that point with Pops. As sad as I hate to say that, but he mentioned yesterday that he don't plan to be around too many more years anyway. So that's kind of hard to hear. So what do you say, man? Life.
Yeah, the only thing that keeps my dad going is his beehives. He gets out there, comes out of the house. He's got a little lawn tractor and a little trailer he pulls behind it. He goes down to the beehives. He tends to them. Stops by his pond. And then tends to some of his fruit trees and stuff like that. And then it gets too hot. And then he's usually back inside the house, before 11 o'clock in the morning. He gets started at about 5:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's completely played out by 11 o'clock in the morning. Can't do anything else.
Yeah. Well,
At least he's well behaved.
Oh, yeah. Leave it to Brandon to come up with something smart to say about that. He loves his honey, Brandon. I'll give you some next time I see you.
Love it. I love fucking fresh
Well,
honey.
Rusty, we hope for the best. You obviously want him to live forever, but with my pop's condition, being a bad diabetic, having to take insulin every single day and missing a leg.
That's my dad too. Yeah, that's my dad too. Does your dad shoot it into his stomach?
Yes.
That's what my dad does. Yep, exactly.
Yep. I mean, while you want to believe that they'll be around forever, I mean, realistically, no. I don't look for Pops to. I don't think he'll make it to his 80s. Personally, he's 74.
Oh hell, he's young, man. My dad is I think he's 83.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon, how old's your dad?
88. He'll be 89 in August.
Well, Brandon, your dad's kind of unique. That's a good-looking man. If you see Brandon's dad, you would never think that he was 88 years old. He's a very vibrant person, and I wish you would have him on your stream again, Brandon. I always enjoyed listening to him talk.
Well, speaking of my dad, he's actually in the hospital right now.
Oh shit! I didn't know that, man.
Yeah, he went in today, and
man,
they discovered he had liver disease. I don't know exactly what, and they started getting him on these medicines. He was like they put him on a medicine that caused him to retain a bunch of liquid. So he started getting fucking fluid buildup on his heart. Then they gave him all this fucking medicine to make him piss a lot. So his sodium level went down, and it's in an unhealthy place at the moment. And,
oh man, I'm so sorry to hear that, Brandon.
They're trying to figure that out. He seemed to be in pretty good spirits, but we'll just have to, play it by ear.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, Outlaw, remind me again. How old are you?
I'm 35.
You see, this type of shit, it usually happens to children that are in their 50s. 50 to 60, and that's why they say, that's one of the worst challenges that you could go through, during your 50s, because your parents are dying. But you're a young man, Outlaw. You got older brothers, don't you?
Oh yeah, got 2 older brothers. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I wish.
Well, hopefully your dad will be around for a long time to come, Outlaw.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep. All we can do is pray and hope for the best.
Yeah.
I wish I could get that World War II vet on stream, man. That guy's in his 90s, and he gets around like he's still in his 50s or 60s. That dude's incredible. Everybody calls him Pops, but he always wears his vet hat to church every Sunday. Was he like 90? Can't right offhand remember how exactly old he is. He's in his 90s, approaching 100. But the dude still drives. He gets up and works. What a different generation, man.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't even have to have people grab his arm to help him up places. Now he is crippled to a degree, but he doesn't have to have people necessarily to guide him up steps and
Yeah. Now my grandfather fought in World War II. He was part of Patton's division, and he was involved in the Battle of the Bulge. He wound up dying early in his late 70s because when he come back from the war, he started working for a company called Kaiser Aluminum. And he wound up developing lung cancer from working in that plant. And there was a settlement after the fact. My mother received some money from it. And the other children and siblings. But Jesus, I wish I had a time machine where I could go back and talk to him. I was too young at the time to, have the motivation and the push, to get him to talk about it. He never would talk about it.
My granddad wouldn't either. He served in World War II. He was a what they call a tech. What was his tombstone say? Like a Tech 5 or a Tech 9? What is that? You guys know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't. I don't have enough knowledge to comment on that.
It was probably spec. It was probably spec.
Yeah, I'll have to go back to the tombstone and.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I will tell you this.
But I do know Rusty. Part of his job was driving trucks and dumping stuff in the ocean.
He would have been a spec, and depending on it's a non-combat advancement, but fucking enough truck drivers were the main target for fucking aerial attack.
You damn right.
Of the fucking stupids.
Yeah.
Trucks and trains. It was not fucking safe.
No. I believe that the proper term for it, was he in the Army, Outlaw?
Yeah.
Okay, then that designation is called an 88 Mike, which is a fancy way of saying truck driver. Oh yeah, supply lines. Supply lines was the secret to winning any war. If you don't have your supply lines, oh, you're done. But I wanted to tell you guys, my grandfather, he was with other Mississippi boys in Patton's tank division.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say on air what they had hanging over and around their tanks. Yeah, you get some Southerners.
Yeah, the stars and bars out there hanging off their tanks. There's pictures of it.
No, True Blood, that's not what I'm talking about. They had other things that they had cut off on ropes hanging around their tanks.
Oh, man.
Now, my grandpa was in the Navy in World War II, machinist mate, and he had 2 destroyers shot out from underneath him by torpedoes in the Atlantic. And then after the Battle of the Atlantic was won, he went off and he got onto another ship, and they went through a typhoon, and a barrel of something, shift, I can't remember what, got loose from its fucking lashings and crushed his knee.
Ooh.
Crushed his left knee, and his left knee, when it healed crooked, and he walked with a limp the rest of his life. And when my grandmother died in 1976, he came to live with us until he passed in 1984. So got to see Grandpa every day, talk to him about all kinds of stuff. He taught me all types of things. He taught me how to use a saw the correct way, how to hammer, what nails to use.
Nice.
He brought his shop with him when he moved in with us, which was awesome. And we worked on vehicles together. Built my brother's truck for him. Unfortunately,
yeah, that's awesome.
By the time I started working on my car, he was sick, and I'd go in and talk to him about it, but he wasn't out there working with me on it because he just couldn't get around anymore once the cancer took hold of him. And back in those days, if you got cancer, like he had colon cancer, they just cut chunks of you out.
Oh God.
It was really fucking barbaric, you know.
Oh my God.
And they put you on chemo, and you know, it was just in my opinion, worse than the fucking disease. But he never let it get him down. He never fucking gave up, and he was always a very wise and kind guy his entire life. So
hey, Brandon, I don't know if you ever said or not. Is your father, Brandon, is he a believing man?
Yeah. But it's his. I question it, but he is.
Good.
He goes to a mega church these days, and he has democratic opinions.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Yeah.
But
well, you know, it's just his age and his generation. You know, like my dad, you know, for the first half of his life, he was a Democrat. My grandfather was a Democrat until the day he died. You know, that's because they remember way back when the Democrats actually stood for the blue collar working man, which they don't anymore. That fucking changed.
Yeah, back in the 1970s, that changed in the 70s, but yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but they still hold on to it if they're still alive today.
Yeah, my granddad was the one that served in World War II. He stayed worried all the time about Social Security being taken out. That's one thing he worried about under Bill Clinton.
Yeah. Goddamn Bill Clinton. Damn.
But what got him, I think, I can't be for sure, but I think what got him taken out of the Army was he was on one of the back of them trucks doing all that during the night, Rusty.
Really?
I don't know exactly what they were. Yeah, for some reason they had him on the back, or it worked out somehow to where a low hanging power line knocked him out of the back of the truck and injured him. And I think he wound up. From what I remember, I think that's what wound up getting him out. But I can't be too sure on that. But I do know the family always talked about him getting knocked out of the back of a truck by a low-hanging power line somewhere over in Japan while they were trying to dump a bunch of, I guess, machinery in the ocean. They were dumping something. I just don't know what it was. But yeah, he was also.
Yeah, they were. The disarming of Japan after World War II was a huge job.
So that's probably what that was then. He come over here back to the States, and him and my grandmother had pops and had a big family, and then he went to working in the sawmills and working at the aircraft places around Birmingham.
You know, thinking back in time, I remembered the Bill Clinton years. I think it was somewhere around 1985, maybe 86. I would be working part-time, when I wasn't going to high school, with my father. And he would have Rush Limbaugh in my formerly nicotine-stained fingers, on the radio. And, it just seemed like Bill Clinton could get away with anything. But yet Donald Trump, he spits on the sidewalk and it's a felony. Full prosecution.
Yeah.
Well, all Bill Clinton did was fuck somebody and lie about it. But if that should never even have been a fucking issue. Everybody met Hillary.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you get into some really hairy situations.
Well,
politically.
Would you try to would you do your best to try and not to piss Hillary off? I know I would.
Yeah, that is a monster. People have been disappeared that have come up against her.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely insane. When thinking back to that time period, it really is. I remember all of my teachers were all for Bill Clinton, totally against Ronald Reagan, totally against conservatism as, a general philosophy. And I remember resisting. It's like all of my classmates, they would agree with the teacher. They would agree with Janet Reno, Bill Clinton. They would agree with what happened at Waco. And I was like the only one that said, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on a second. What in the hell are y'all talking about? This is crazy.
I was a grown man when Clinton was in office. I served under him for the last part of my military service. So, I don't remember any classmates or anything like that. I just remember the 50th anniversary of Pearl Harbor. We completely redid our ship, all painted up, put new tile down, polished all the brass, made it just beautiful. USS Carl Vinson. And Bill Clinton came and gave a speech using the Vinson as a backdrop. Never even fucking set a foot on board. But the ship got a Joint Meritorious Unit Service medal. What the fuck? For fucking painting, you know, and doing tile work.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking to myself, what the fuck is that? What the fuck did we just do?
I remember graduating in June of 1987 at the age of 17. And I started going to college. And then all of a sudden, it just seemed like just a few short years later, we were going to invade the Gulf. And all of my friends joined up. And I wanted to join up. And then that's when I got in trouble. And all of my friends went into the military, and I went into prison.
Yeah. That was under Bush, though.
Yeah, that was Bush. First Gulf War. Yeah, I remember I was 20 years old. I had my 1967 Chevelle Malibu with a 327 with a 2-barrel Rochester 6-pack on top of the intake manifold with a 2-speed iron cast Power Glide transmission. Man, do you know, I think I would give my right arm to get that car back again. I had my dad sell it.
But
Yeah.
Man, that's not a good choice. It's your
Oh,
choice.
well. Lots of memories, man. When I was in prison, I had my dad sell it to try to help out with the commissary. And that's when I lost it.
How would you shift it if you gave up your right arm?
Damn Hemi. Well, it was automatic. It wasn't manual. It was a 2-speed iron cast Power Glide. And those were specifically designed for oval track racing.
What's up, Riggs? Hey, Frost. Hello, people I cannot read because there's a big old glare. I need to clean my screen.
R.O. Spearman, Moki Alex, Scotty Side.
Oh, wow. All the good smelling people are here. I need to get to the other side of St. Louis, hopefully. To a Love's today. "12 now, maybe 3 hours from St. Louis, maybe a little less. That'll put me 9 hours out of Columbus. Call it 10 for traffic, because I got to go through both Indianapolis and Columbus. St. Louis. That's an overbuilt bridge for a pedestrian walkway. Jesus, you can fucking drive a caterpillar across that thing.
So anyway, that video that I was playing, it only had a minute or so left of his closing argument. What'd you think? What'd you think?
I thought it was great.
You waiting for your apology too?
No,
Oh,
it ain't gonna come.
I'm waiting.
I'm waiting to tell people who wanted me in the fucking camp, who wanted me dead. I'm waiting to tell them to fuck off. I don't have to wait too long. We got Trump coming, and if you remember, I've been saying for a long time he's behind the fucking vaccine. You know, I ain't never gave him a pass for that.
Yeah,
It's,
I'm sure
you know, really a case of fucking lesser of two evils. You got one guy who was fucking pushing the mandates, one guy who wasn't. You say he probably would have, but how do we know?
he just wasn't given the chance.
How do we know he would have done that, though? We don't.
Well, you can make an educated guess based on the way he dictates everything else he does. It's Trump way or no way. He's an ego, and I think if his ego, his egomaniac would kick in.
I saw him making too many fucking compromises. I'm not buying your argument. You know, he should have fired a whole bunch of people he didn't fire, and it fucking bit him in the ass.
Well, I don't think he ever intended to fire them.
From what I hear about what was going on behind the scenes, he would make these fucking what they considered crazy arguments. Then they'd fucking spend the whole afternoon telling him why he couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, sort of like that scene now, the fucking original fucking series of Star Wars, I guess Star Wars #1, where the bureaucrats fucking forced the Republic to turn into an empire, where they take the power away from whoever it was that was the Speaker of the Republic. You know, I saw him getting fucking railroaded and shit like that. Putting these, you know, Washington insiders in charge of different organizations, and then like Trump ordered our troops out of Syria, and the military didn't comply. But instead of fucking getting rid of the sons of bitches who wouldn't fucking follow his orders, he fucking promoted Miley to, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And Miley turns around and fucking calls China and says, "We're not going to attack you." You know, I see Trump being a buffoon. You know, completely in over his head. But too big of a fucking ego to admit it. But like General Patton said, the most dangerous man in the world is a highly motivated idiot. I think that's what we had. And still have.
$18 billion Trump spent on COVID-19. That Operation Warp Speed.
Yeah.
Cost you, the program cost you guys $18 billion. It was projected for $10 billion. It ended up costing $18 billion.
Oh yeah. The father of the COVID was spared none of our expense. We paid with our tax dollars, for one, to have a disease created in the first place, which goes against the spirit of the law, which forbid the gain of function research. Oh, well, that just means we don't have to do that research in the United States. We'll pay other countries to do that research for us. Okay.
Hey, just like their torture, outsource it.
Yeah.
You know?
Scumbag motherfuckers.
What's the Hippocratic Oath?
Do no harm.
Can't say they followed that.
Nope.
And to use words like for the Kyrie Irving to use words like he's redeemed himself as redemption means words are important. That would suggest he was wrong at one point.
Yeah.
You know?
He wasn't
Like,
wrong.
the word that they're looking for is vindication, not redemption.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
When you start changing the meanings of words, they don't have any meaning.
Well, there's that, and then we have a whole fucking generation of people who don't read. All they do is watch. And they don't own these words. They don't fucking know what they mean. You know, they'll say, well, you know what I mean. And, you know, it's like, well, I have to take you at your word. I can't fucking take you at what I think you mean. I don't know if they even fucking know the difference between vindication and redemption. They are sports broadcasters, you know, so. I've heard opinions from Stephen A. Smith about all kinds of shit, and he's wrong about most of it.
Well, all those sportscasters went to universities on scholarships, probably.
Well, they did, didn't they? Anyways,
Yeah.
all they can do is fucking talk in an animated way without really knowing what the fuck they're saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, if you don't know what the fuck you're saying, then what you're saying, even if it's highly entertaining, is absolutely worthless.
puppy's looking at me. I better let her out again.
Ah, it's a poop.
She's awake.
Conspiracy.
It could be a pee or a poop. Yeah. Something that starts with a P.
Yeah.
Come on, you. Outside. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Outside. Come. 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 All right, she made it to the grass.
Good.
Good girl. Yeah, good girl. Good girl. Good girl.
I hear her going crazy.
The ducks.
Oh, those are ducks. Okay.
Yeah. The ducklings. And the frogs are.
I don't hear them.
The carp were spawning the other morning or something, wrestling up in the reeds. Maybe driving out little fish. I don't know.
No, whenever the frogs are croaking like that, they're calling for a mate.
Yeah. The lily pads are just starting to flower.
Beautiful.
They'll probably open up tomorrow. Saw a couple of turtles yesterday.
Oh, cool. Did you eat them?
No.
I've only ever killed one turtle in my life.
Turtle soup?
Nope. I fucking was swimming down the creek behind our house. Climbed out of the bank, and as I was climbing up, fucker bit onto the side of my fucking leg. Apparently, I was too close to it. I didn't see something. I didn't see it. And he didn't fucking let go. I was like,
oh.
Ah! So I grabbed a stick and I beat on him until his fucking shell broke open. Then he let go.
Oh. Fuck. You fucked them. You fucked them up, man.
I wish he'd have just fucking left me alone. I would have left him alone. Must have been like 12, 13, something like that.
Jessica. What? Apparently, whenever you stop, you're going to need to give Frost a wrench.
Ah, okay. Well, just about at the 4 hour and a quart and 3/4. So
You can do your 30-minute.
yeah, I'll do my 30-minute up here in a bit.
You had breakfast today, so you're probably ready to go long. Oh, someone's got the wood chipper going.
All right. Lots of stuff that needs chipping.
Yeah.
I'm getting passed by RO right now. There goes RO.
Hauling his bags of pennies.
Yep. All day he touches other people's pennies. He's a professional penny toucher. How many pennies do you think RO's ever had in his hand? Probably enough to buy, 100 barbecue brisket sandwiches. Hey, Emmy, there is a Love's in East St. Louis. I think it's on 455. Can you keep an eye on that one and tell me what the parking situation is?
Okay.
Welcome
What's
to the
up?
show, Cybertoxin.
I am the science. Do not deny me.
What's up?
I've been working on a list, not of people, but of what I see as extremist. I wanted to run that by you guys, see what you think of it. Still working on it. I've got other things I need to add, and I also need to arrange each of these in best order. But it's what is extremist? Trying to violate people's God-given and constitutionally protected rights to freedom of speech, freedom of association and assembly, the right to bear arms, and to not have their property illegally searched or seized. That's extremist. Trying to take guns away from all law-abiding citizens because of the actions of criminals, knowing good and well that criminals who don't abide by the law would get their guns illegally. That's extremist. Telling people that they can't go to church, where most of the time only one person is talking from well more than 6 feet away, while encouraging people to get into the streets and get in people's faces, yelling and screaming and burning things down, engaging in violence, getting in fights, attacking people and property while calling it mostly peaceful, while district attorneys repeatedly release convicted violent offenders back out into the streets where people are chanting, "No justice, no peace." That's extremist. Telling people if they don't put on a mask that they're going to kill someone's grandma, and if they don't take a jab that they're going to die. That's extremist. Throwing people in jail for praying and for sharing the word of God is extremist. Putting pornographic literature in grade schools while labeling parents as domestic terrorists because they don't want their children exposed to an ideology that would cause psychological disorders, an ideology that would lead children to hate their own body or lust after someone else's. That's extremist. Telling an innocent child that they're trapped in the wrong body in order to sell and administer drugs to them that are used to chemically castrate them before they're old enough to understand what that means, before they're old enough to even be capable of giving informed consent. That's extremist. Telling people that a man paying thousands of dollars to a doctor to cut off his penis and risk sepsis by putting a piece of intestine in his crotch wound so he can live his best life LARPing as a woman, saying he isn't hurting himself, is extremist. Telling people that a doctor isn't hurting anybody if he does that, or that a doctor isn't hurting anybody if he poisons a living human being still in the womb, or telling a pregnant mother that her unborn baby is just a clump of cells. That's extremist. Those are the only ones I've got finished to my satisfaction so far.
Oh, how about governments experimenting on their own people in the name of public health?
Putting people at health risk, or putting people's health at risk with scientific experiments.
Yeah, well, let's call them man-made diseases, because that's what they are. COVID was a man-made disease paid for by you and I, the American taxpayer, conducted by foreign researchers because it's against the law to do gain-of-function research in the United States. Hey, look, it's Uranus. No, seriously.
Did you know that once a day, Uranus releases hot wind from its surface?
I wouldn't doubt it. Mine does more than often than not, more than once a day. How about, protesting against a vaccine that doesn't cure a disease that was made by the people that invented the vaccine?
Mm-hmm.
Hate to interrupt you. What was the details on that, Loves? You wanted me to? Can you tell me again? East of St. Louis, you said?
It's in East St. Louis.
East St. Louis. Okay.
I believe the highway is 255
Okay.
or 455, something like that. It's on the ring road around St. Louis.
Yeah,
But
I found
it's
it.
on the Illinois side, yeah.
Did
What's
you
the
know
parking light?
at Stanford Cyber Policy Center in April of 2022, Obama gave a speech there, and he said, now that we have essentially clinically tested this on millions of Americans and people around the globe, people are still, or I think he said 1 in 5 Americans is still apprehensive about getting it.
And by it, you mean the vaccination or the disease?
Uh-huh. No, the vax. Obama actually said that they clinically tested it on millions of people. Those words came out of his mouth. I believe it was April 21st.
Yeah, my birthday.
2022. I've actually seen some other people sharing clips of that speech recently. Where he was talking about truth, or their version of the truth.
Yeah.
And conflicting versions of the truth, and people, this is the paraphrase, might be closer to a quote. He said something like, once people lose trust in their leaders, in their institutions, in the media, they lose trust in each other. They lose trust in the possibility of truth. Where they can no longer know what to believe is true. The game's won. And of course, he was trying to attribute this to his rivals, his political rivals. But, I mean, we see a lot of people trying to attribute their own flaws to other people.
Well, that's the thing about truth, is it's true for everyone. There's no your truth, my truth. Truth is not subjective. There's the truth, and then there's everything else.
Yep. That's what my two 15-minute videos, Verum Gratia Veritas, are about. People trying to subject truth to what is believed. In Latin, there are two words that imply truth. Verum is an objective and fact-based truth, concrete, whereas veritas is a subjective truth of what is believed. So verum gratia veritas means reality giving way to or giving grace to what is believed. Objective truth giving grace to subjective truth. And reality is not subjective. Neither is language. I mean, terminology can be, people's understanding of what words mean can be if they let someone get in their head. But just like history is not subjective. People can lie about it, but that doesn't change the reality of what actually happened.
Yep.
Like
People lie
I've
about
gotten
shit
into an
all the
argument.
time.
I've gotten into an argument a couple times with the same guy about what the word matrix means. In his head, he's thinking the Matrix, either as the movie or the term or something like that. And I'm talking about the word matrix. It means womb or a cavity in which something is formed. Like a metal matrix, color matrix.
I think about it in terms of mathematics.
It comes from the word mater, which means mother.
I hate working matrix problems.
Yeah, there is a numbers matrix, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a mathematical a whole field of study matrix.
Yeah.
Which is, it's a identified set. I never found those easy. Well, I think your list of extremists is pretty good. It's, you're not finished yet. I like the comments on it, the commentary that it implies. It's more of an emotional appeal than you normally do. But I don't find any fault with it.
Yeah,
and there's
it's meant to have an emotional appeal as a counter to the one that they're trying to spin against all the people they call extremists.
Well, I as a MGTOW channel, I think that you've completely left us out of it. Was that intentional on your part? Because they're claiming that.
Well, I do have one.
Go ahead.
I do have one that I'm still trying to word properly. What I've got written so far is telling people that a man who encourages other men to to control their biology is misogynistic because he doesn't want them falling into that kind of lifestyle and saying that he hates women.
There's another part that a lot of people are into these days, myself included, and that's when you're called an extremist if you don't support the economy by consuming products that give you no benefit.
Yeah.
You're called an extremist if you want to not be an active participant in a greater society that you don't believe in. You're called an extremist if you don't want to continue the lies of feminism, where women are saints and can do no wrong. You're called an extremist if you call out the fact that our society is dying.
You're called an extremist if you want to live off-grid or minimize your contribution to a fiat system.
Yeah. You're called an extremist if, even though you're capable of gainful employment, you choose not to join the ranks of the employed. You're called an extremist if you wonder why, after you've purchased something, you have to pay taxes on it every year, even though you're not purchasing it again, you're just owning it. You're called an extremist if you wonder why property crime shouldn't, is not enforced. You kind of touched on that a little bit. But did you hear the mayor of Boston today?
No.
Here's a good place to do our 30-minute reset. We really don't need to do the 30-minute reset, do we, Sam? No. We can get to the other side of St. Louis, which is where we're going to stop for the day.
Yep, money is taxed every time it changes hands. Every time you spend it, every time you earn it.
And when you die, it's taxed again.
Yeah. Before you know it, they're going to start charging somebody stole my car tax. I just had a heart attack tax.
Yeah.
I wonder what kind of tax they would start putting on people who would use these advances in technology they're trying to push for, like the Neuralink tax, the artificial womb tax.
Well, they'll do like they're doing with technology right now. You know, when you pay for the service, you pay a sales tax.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff that they're putting out there like a carrot on a stick it's a bait and switch. No one is ever going to be able to own an artificial womb.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think that it'll work like the healthcare now, privatized healthcare, privatized fertility clinic using artificial wombs. If there's money to be made, money will be made. Now, those people will be part of the system, just like, you know, we have a prison industrial complex and a medical industrial complex. They're going to come out of the medical industrial complex. Don't think they're not. The research is being done on that crap right now with your tax dollars, and these people are going to turn around and patent that shit.
Yep. And just like with certain produce and certain plants that have a genetically modified DNA in it, people own the rights to those things through a patent. And they're trying to do that to human beings as well. So from what I see, anyone that comes out of an artificial womb is going to be patented property of a technocratic state. That's why they're trying so hard to introduce the social credit system and the central bank digital currencies so that they can decide who gets to use this technology.
Yeah.
Not to mention,
who gets the fucking food? You know, who gets the heat in the wintertime?
Yep.
What do you think they're trying to outlaw fucking wood-burning stoves for? They don't want you to fucking be able to fucking take care of yourself without going to some government-controlled utility monopoly or something that's happened in my home state of Kansas. They're wanting to charge people who have homesteads and don't have, you know, hookups to the water. They want to charge them for drinking rain or getting water out of a well.
They profit from your dependency.
Yeah.
And people are inherently lazy, so they're more too happy to fucking be dependent.
Oh, the welfare programs. That's another one I can do about extremists. They'll call you extremist for wanting to reduce welfare programs and reduce the public involvement in welfare programs on a welfare system that is already and purposefully being overwhelmed. Cloward Piven's strategy. Cloward Piven strategy. By overwhelming the welfare system, they disincentivize people to be productive, while at the same time, they just recklessly, wantonly distribute money that other people earned in order to cripple and collapse the economy.
Oh, it's more than that.
They
Emmy
have
and
to
I were talking
sabotage
about
it.
this. Emmy and I were talking about this earlier. The biggest casualty of the war on poverty was the family.
Yep. That's why they incentivized single motherhood, single parent households. They encourage it. They have to deliberately sabotage a design that God created, which is the fruits of your labor and the hierarchy of family. And they labeled it as capitalism. The same people that created the communist praxis labeled merit-based lifestyle as capitalism, so they could spin hatecraft against it. Because let's say what God has established and his design is the thesis, and they pose this communism and the proletariat and the class warfare and all this stuff as antithesis to that, in order to have the two compete so that they destroy themselves, and that way they can bring in their synthesis or their concrete of one world order. Whereas without their meddling, there would already be an established order that God designed. But they can't control every aspect of that. I mean, that example you gave a little bit ago, them trying to charge people for rain, that's proof right there. They want to control every single aspect of people's lives. And start charging people clean air tax in the cities.
Well, they don't call it a clean air tax. They call it a carbon tax.
Yeah.
You know, it already exists.
Oh yeah, tell me about it.
If you have companies to get their ESG score up who are financing like planting trees, the company doesn't pay for that. The consumer pays for that. So you're being charged a tax. It's just not written on your bill. your ESG score is not a governmental tax, but it is a tax. Now, they're going to come around to people pretty soon and start charging you by the miles you drive when you're already paying a gasoline tax that charges you from the government, you know.
And vehicle registration taxes.
Yeah, we have vehicle registration taxes as well, even though they call them fees. You know, they already charge you at the pump every time you fill your tank up.
Mm-hmm.
And you pay those taxes or you don't get fuel. Without fuel, you can't drive those miles. But they want, because there's electrical cars out there, they're going to slip this one in saying we have to charge the electrical car users for wear and tear on our roadways because we can't charge them the fuel tax.
No fuel tax. We're losing
Right.
out on fuel tax revenue.
But the electric car users are already paying a tax on the electricity that they get at their house.
That's true.
So, you know.
That money was never destined for road infrastructure, so it'll never get to it. Charge them more.
Yep. But they're also going to be charging people that drive petroleum-powered cars that same usage tax for like the miles they drive, when they're already paying into a tax system that's set up to pay for the road maintenance. Double taxation, once again. We have these vehicle companies that are being forced to build these electric cars that nobody wants, and to charge or to pay for that development into these electric vehicles that nobody wants to buy, they're having to inflate the prices of their regular cars, almost to a point now where nobody can even hardly afford to buy a car. And the fewer people that buy the car, they have to roll that cost, government mandated cost, into the smaller and smaller and smaller number of new cars that are being sold. So the tax per consumer to pay for electrical goes up and up and up and up. We want to get rid of natural gas heating and cooking because, well, it's very difficult to have a push of a button where you can turn off somebody's gas, where it's quite easy to turn off electrical appliances and stuff with the press of a button. All of your smart equipment that's monitored from outside of your house and monitoring you as well can be controlled from a central location. Whether that location is in Washington, D.C. or Beijing or, you know, your state capital, it matters not. Everybody but you has overriding control on things you own using utilities you pay for. If If they don't want your air conditioner to be high, they'll turn it down for you. If you want to cook your steak, you have to do it between certain hours of the day when the demands for electricity are not so high. We are switching over to an electrical-based lifestyle, but we're not investing in electrical-based utilities and infrastructure. So it's obvious that they're planning from the get-go not to provide for everyone.
Just the people that follow the narrative.
You know, why would they say everybody has to have an electric car, but they're not building power plants like crazy? I've wondered this. Anybody can see that if we have to go to an electrical economy, we're going to need more power, but we're not building power plants, are we? The price of land going up the way it has been. Larger and larger corporations are becoming the only ones who can afford to buy land. Where our food is grown. Pretty soon we won't have control over what we can eat. Because, well, the government will pay these corporations not to farm. The government will pay them to grow certain crops they think we should eat. The big seed companies and the big multi-fucking national food corporations like Monsanto and DeKalb are genetically modifying everything. They say it's for crop yield. Is that all? They're trying to modify cattle to fucking give people the vaccine that we've fought so vehemently hard not to put in our bodies. Can we trust fucking store-bought meat anymore? Will we even be able to fucking use a grocery store in 5 years' time without fear of fucking putting some type of bioengineered fucking poison into our body? They do it with chickens, they do it with eggs, they do it with fucking cattle, they're gonna do it with sheep and goats too. They're already, you know, our grain supply is almost 100% GMO. Do we have to really go back to the land and fucking grow all of our own food, harvest our own meat? The answer to that's fucking yeah. We do. I'm almost to a point where I don't trust anything I get out of the store anymore. If they knowingly put fucking baby parts into the fucking COVID-19 vaccine, what else are they fucking doing that we just haven't fucking found out about yet? What else could there possibly be? I don't know.
Well, I recently came across a video of Nancy Pelosi in 1992 talking about Agenda 21. House of Congress Resolution 353.
What did she have to say?
You're talking about sustainable development goals, non-government organizations, SDGs, NGOs, basically the layout for environmental social governance. I ripped it too, so I'm gonna upload it to my channel unlisted right now. I'll upload it publicly here in the near future when I find somewhere to put it, or some other things to put with it. It's about 5 minutes here. I'll have it on my channel that you could share it here on your stream. If you want to hear what she says, it's only 2 minutes.
Speaking of ripping things, you know that thing you did about Stargazer and also those guys wanting my family and a few other people. Can you do that same thing but without Urkel or any of the other jokey stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be doing an episode or a stream here. I was recently threatened with having widespread fucking doxing of my name, which I've already doxed myself, so I'm not afraid of that at all. I'm just going to call some people out on it.
All right.
But without
without
the Urkel would be best.
I've got a screenshot of her first post that was taken April 17th and was 3 days old. Now, there's no timestamp that comes with community posts, like no exact date, but it says 3 days ago, and it was taken April 17th, which means that it was either the 13th or the 14th, depending on the hour.
Yeah.
Which is a week after April 7th, when that invitation was first made to Angler's ex or your daughter's.
And ex-wife. I don't give a fuck about the ex-wife. My oldest daughter, and they always seem to forget my son, but my oldest daughter will tell them to fuck off if any of them ever get in touch with her. But my youngest daughter, who knows? But she'll be an adult here in a couple months. But right now, she's a minor.
Yeah, those guys are low, man.
Yeah.
I also have a screenshot of the comment that you wrote to her, asking her if she would consider taking the posts down. I'll put that in there as well if you want.
Sure. Did you see that one that Kush wrote me? Just recently? Oh, last week.
Last week, I probably have.
It's on Rumble. It's not a YouTube comment.
Oh,
because there are no YouTube comments for FagTown. He writes me, I know who you are. And I write him back, dummy, I know who you are too. We exchange phone numbers. He's so fucking stoned he fucking forgets shit like that. And it ain't like Hemi. Hemi fucking, he's got it together, man. This guy is on a hell of a lot more than just marijuana. Hey, Hemi, I'm in Cuba. The place where your illustrious prime minister was conceived. It's Cuba, Missouri, but close enough.
so is this something that you would like to put on a repeat for your Rumble channel that would need to be under 90 seconds?
Yeah, I could do that. I've got the other one as a repeat for the Rumble already. The one with Urkel.
Mm-hmm.
This is something I was planning on using in a stream I'm going to do.
Okay. So it doesn't need to be under... It doesn't need to be under 90 seconds then?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
My LinkedIn account, which I haven't updated for over a decade, was shared with a bunch of people. So I am now officially doxxed by the other side. And
But calling someone Roberta is off limits, though.
Hey. If he doesn't want anybody to know his trans name, he shouldn't have responded. Because Char was just using, that type of language to get him spun up. He wasn't actually trying to dox the guy. But apparently, in a completely accidental way, he hit the nail on the head.
So I got that you asked for at 1 minute and 40 seconds
Okay.
with a screenshot of her first post. Screenshots of the 2 streams.
Because there's one stream where Incel X calls for my children to be exposed, and there's also the one that you have, a bullets for teeth.
I don't follow Alex very closely. He's more like an echo.
Yeah, but he was before bullets.
So he said something about doing that first.
Yeah. If you go back into my community page, you can see where I link to the segment of Incel X's show where he's wanting to talk to my underage daughter. I may have made
that.
I may have made a short about it as well.
You know how there's a theory about it's more than pot, you know?
Say that again, Hemi?
You know how there's the theory of that it's more than just pot, right?
Yeah.
I'm probably going to drop. So if Cybertoxin has access to a PC, I'm going to present a plausible theory of my own. Can you look up dry drunk?
Dry drunk, yeah.
Please and thank you. Are you familiar with the term, Brandon?
I am not.
You want the syndrome, the definition, or the behavior?
Yeah, give us the definition and like the, I guess, symptomatic, like how would someone be considered a dry drunk? Like I said, I might drop because I'm about to hit the road. So I'll join back if I do.
Okay.
Before you go, Hemi, add this to the screen.
I can't add anything at the moment, Cyber. Maybe you could just dictate.
Okay. Wikipedia says dry drunk is an expression coined by the founder of Alcoholics Anonymous that describes an alcoholic who no longer drinks, but otherwise maintains the same behavior patterns of an alcoholic. A dry drunk can be described as a person who refrains from alcohol or drugs, but still has all the unresolved emotional and psychological issues which might have fueled the addiction to begin with. These unresolved issues continue to have a hold on their psyche, and hence, while they do not seek intoxication, they exhibit many of the other behavioral traits associated with addiction. In most cases, alcohol dependency is a substantial factor in the lives of the alcoholics, and accepting sobriety comes with its own challenges and understanding of their personality. Despite leaving alcohol and de-addicting themselves, most of their personalities are an embodiment of their previous selves. WebMD says, dry drunk syndrome is when you quit drinking but don't deal with the issues that led to your addiction. learning how to recognize, cope with, and prevent this condition with help. Learn how to recognize, cope with, and prevent this condition with help, support, and treatment. AmericanAddictionCenters.org says dry drunk syndrome is a term for the negative emotions and behaviors that persist after quitting alcohol or drugs. So it's safe to say that someone who doesn't want to face those underlying issues that led to their addiction, should they lose their health in such a way due to drinking, they would quit drinking alcohol because it would kill them and pick up something else in order to avoid dealing with those underlying issues.
All right. Sorry about that. I dropped.
I used to smoke weed quite often, and after I lost my little brother, I was already in the middle of trying to quit when I lost him. But when that happened, I went and got some gummies for the first time, because I'd never really used edibles before. And I still got about half a jar in my fridge, and I don't even touch it. I don't need to. I've actually got it out of my life completely. I'm not straight edge because I still smoke cigarettes. I still eat junk food when I want to, but I'm sober. I never really had a problem with alcohol. And I've done other things besides weed and alcohol, but never had any kind of chronic use of anything other than weed.
Right.
So that was, well, I guess cigarettes. I use them habitually, but I mean something that,
Yeah, like Coke or
yeah,
meth or anything like that. Yeah.
any kind of mind-altering substance. The only thing I had a chronic habit of was the chronic. And it's been over a year since I've had any of that in my system.
I smoked some dope. I've drank a lot more than I smoked dope. But Emmy hates it when I call it dope.
No, I don't. Chaos takes more offense to that than I do.
Oh, okay.
What's going on, fellas?
Oh my fucking God. How you doing, brother?
I'm all right. Welcome
Been a
back,
minute.
Brandon. What's up?
It's been a minute since we've seen you.
That's because he hasn't been streaming, or at least I wasn't getting notifications that he was streaming.
He was over
I was
on my
streaming on
channel.
I was on Hemi's
Oh,
channel.
I know. I thought maybe you were taking a hiatus because you were driving for Walmart, or then I don't know, you took a vacation or something. I thought you were just taking a break.
Nope.
Did you get my
I got
message? Did you get my message today?
I got a YouTube break. They gave me a strike for medical misinformation.
Oh, yeah, they're good like that. What, Hemi? You sent me a message. Well, welcome back. All the same.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I got my strike right in the middle of my 250,000 mile stream.
Yeah, that was the last time. That was the last time I was on your stream. Was when you were doing your, your 250,000 mile. And then I remember you saying you were going to go drive for Walmart for like 2 weeks, and I thought, well, maybe you weren't able to do your live stream because you were driving for Walmart, and I didn't know if that was like against company policy or something.
Oh, I'm sure it is, but fuck them. It didn't stop me from doing it.
Oh.
No, nobody
He got
specifically
fired.
told. Yeah, nobody specifically told me not to.
Walmart
Well, like I said,
fired
I
him.
mean, I wasn't seeing. I mean, you were posting. I mean, stuff like shorts and community posts, but I mean, I wasn't seeing any notifications for live stream, and I thought maybe I got shadow banned or something.
Actually,
I
I
didn't know.
haven't posted a single short or community post until last night when my strike expired.
Okay, well, and maybe I'm thinking before that. I don't know.
Yeah,
Days all run together.
I haven't been able to. They haven't let me do anything.
Oh wow, Brandon,
Welcome back nonetheless, Ramadi.
This is
Yeah,
from
hey, good to
January
be back, man.
28th.
Thanks.
What'd you find, Cyber?
It's from January 28th.
What is from January 28th?
The video where Incel's talking about getting your daughter on a live stream.
Yeah.
That's way before Stargazer showed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, pathological people really like to set standards that they've already broken or can't adhere to. They like to set them for other people. And the trickiest thing about that is a sense of guilt and shame or sense of wrongdoing only applies to people with a proper mind. People who are pathological don't register those things, not for themselves, but they do see it as a weapon to use against other people, to use against the sane.
Yep.
those efforts of shaming, they don't work on psychopaths or pathological people.
Well, they don't work on people, sane people who have decided that they don't need any external validation either.
Yeah. That's true.
No, but normally isn't it the ones that try to do the most shaming that are, you know, the ones that are most what I'm looking for, I don't know, ashamed of themselves or empty or, you know, whatever the case might be. They're just trying to project it on other people to make themselves feel better.
Projection is very real.
Yep.
And when somebody attacks you and they use things like ad hominem attacks, or you know, they go after your physical self, or the straw man that they have put up about you, they're actually telling you how to attack them. And I don't think these guys understand that. They go after you for things that they themselves are afraid of.
Yeah. Also, I believe that individuals like that, you know, especially the ones that are hiding behind a, you know, a screen, you know, if you were ever to stand in front of them, they probably wouldn't say a fucking word to you.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
they know they'd get a fist put through their fucking head. So yeah, you can run your mouth and talk shit all you want, you know, on your phone or on your laptop or whatever, you know, but in the real world, if you're standing in front of me, that's different. Because there's consequences. Because I've found in my experience, so-called quote unquote tough guys aren't so tough when you actually stand in front of them and call their bluff.
Well, the biggest pussy is always the loudest guy.
Yeah.
Now, how many times have we heard bullets for teeth say that if anybody ever comes after him, he's going to shoot him?
Yeah. But I mean, that's not too wise on his part, because that's basically admitting to premeditated murder.
Yeah. But, you know,
Well,
those are
he puts it
rules for thee and not for me.
Yeah.
He puts it in the context of self-defense.
I mean, what if I showed up? What if I showed up to the KOA campground and I just wanted to camp for a week and mind my own business? Would he be threatened?
I'm positive he would feel very threatened.
Fucking KOA campground.
I've noticed his channels turning into a sanctuary for scorned spouses.
Oh yeah.
Or a shelter. It's like a woman. It's like a fucking woman's shelter.
Battered woman shelter.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, what about the women that are
Come tell your story.
or deep fried? You know, we don't just have to be battered.
Oh God.
Brandon's always got jokes.
Dad joke. There's your dad joke of the day.
Yeah.
Pretty soon he'll
Nope.
have to change his description to the most feared, believe all women, Duluth model of justice platform on the internet.
Right?
Oh, he's an
It's
advocate.
absolutely right. They talk about it, how the gynocentric plantation, yet they're like facilitating it.
Well, they had their little mouthpiece, Billy the Goat, saying that because I am actually bearing witness against Push, I'm actually part of the Believe All woman.
I heard that. You
You
know?
know, and well, there's only one problem with that. I'm not a woman.
You're not?
There's another problem with that. Even Kush has admitted to being there, seeing those comments written when he said that whoever it was, the impersonator account timed him out. So that situation actually happened. Those comments were actually written, and that's what you reported. You didn't make any report about Kush doing something to these girls. Okay? You didn't say, these are the girls and this is what happened to them, and that means, you know,
Hold
that
on a second. Cyber, hold on a second. Yeah, it was never specified girls.
Right, exactly. And this false accusation narrative is all based on an assertion, a statement that used the label calling him a kitty diddler. Okay, that's an assertion of opinion, but it is based on something that actually happened. The comments. Okay, the comments are what was reported. Brandon has said that whether it was a fake account or not, only the authorities can figure that out. And if I were Kush or Bullets, and I mean, God help me on so many levels, but if I were them, I would be all up YouTube's ass like a dirty dog's nose, demanding discovery that they find out who impersonated my account. But not only are they not doing that, they're also shooting down anything that could be used to quote unquote clear his name. Rusty said to Kush that he provided him with evidence that there were two accounts named Iridium Kush. And Kush
I've seen Rusty's evidence, and it's Rusty's opinion. It's not any more evidence than what anybody else had. Because the very same guy that gave Rusty the information on the accounts being made simultaneously with other accounts that were mirroring Kush's content is the same guy that gave me that information. Rusty put his spin, he put his opinion. Hemi, I'm sorry, brother, but you're just too damn loud. Yeah.
Well, my point in that is that Kush shot that down and just disregarded it, didn't try and use it to clear his name, almost like he isn't interested in clearing his name as much as he's interested in going on the attack.
It wasn't you, Hemi, it was Ramadi. Okay, sorry about that.
Well, I'm driving. It could have very well been road noise for me.
But he seems to be more interested in going on the attack than clearing his name. And so does Bullets. Bullets has not put any effort into discovering this impersonator. They're just using it to attack anybody that's been involved in it. And Bullets is the one that started and keeps referring to the whole situation as a tar baby. And neither one of them have actually given the proper context in the story of Brother Rabbit and the tar baby. That tar baby didn't just happen to be there on Brother Rabbit's path. The tar baby was deliberately crafted and placed on that path with the intention of ensnaring the rabbit. Was that Brandon that fell out, or was it me?
Yeah, Brandon fell out, it looks like. He'll be back.
But yeah, the tar baby didn't make itself. And it didn't put itself there. You know, in the story, in the context of Brother Rabbit and the tar baby, it was deliberately crafted and placed with intention of trapping. And, you know, without any proof, this is just hypothesis.
All right, I'm back.
So it's just hypothesis without any proof. That's what the hypo means lacking in. But I just find it strange that they use this situation to go on the attack. And they aren't doing anything to try and clear his name.
No, they're only trying to discredit other people.
If I were him, as I said, I'd be all up YouTube's ass like a dirty dog's nose, demanding discovery of who had impersonated my account.
Welcome.
You have to welcome us
Yeah.
again. You were borging out.
I said, welcome back. I'm sorry.
I thought it was to a new state.
Yeah, I thought you crossed state line.
Yeah.
No, that's coming up here in a bit. I'm just driving through the mountains.
No, hey, Hemi, Brandon, my bad. I was outside with the mutt, and then when you said something to Hemi, I looked at my phone and I was like, well, it's probably me, not Hemi. And then I tried to mute myself, and then I guess you muted it for me.
Yeah.
And then I fat fingered it and I yeeted myself. So, but I'm back inside now.
Okay, cool.
Well, I've got this Nancy Pelosi speech uploaded and ready to share. If you want to hear what she had to say in 1992 about Agenda 21.
Sure. I don't hear anything.
We could just do the audio.
The Earth Summit Environmental Leadership Act.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
All right.
The Earth Summit Environmental Leadership Act, as this is known, presents us with an opportunity to follow up on the important work of the Earth Summit to develop its blueprint, Agenda 21, for global environmental action. HCON Res 353 outlines a comprehensive national strategy for sustainable development in accordance with the principles of Agenda 21 to be coordinated under the leadership of a specific office and at the direction of a high-level government official. The resolution also urges the United States to identify and initiate further agreements to protect the global environment and to support the creation of a high-level United Nations Sustainable Development Commission headed by an Undersecretary General. Third and lastly, the President is urged to report to Congress on the progress made on with this action. HCON Res 353 is supported by the administration. I have been in contact with the appropriate offices of the State Department and have incorporated their suggestions into the resolution. The 71 co-sponsors of this measure include one-half the members of the Foreign Affairs Committee and all of the House delegates to the Earth Summit. It is also supported by the major United States non-governmental organizations concerned with the environmental issues. The Earth Summit presented world leaders with an opportunity that should not be lost. We must now embark on a new course that will sustain our planet and its resources for the benefit of future generations. This resolution calls on the United States to assert its leadership to achieve this goal. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. Thanks again to the members of the Foreign Affairs Committee for their recognition of the importance and timeliness of this resolution. We must make the promise of Rio a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yep. So in 1992, she's talking about the United Nations wanting America to participate in their global governance. And because America hasn't been all in on this, they're targeted for destruction. That's why they're crashing our economy with all this useless spending in foreign wars and overwhelming the welfare system, making it way too easy to get into the welfare system and really hard to get out of. They disincentivize people to be productive and do things for themselves. If anybody's going to give you a handout, I mean, that's just way too appealing to lazy, unproductive people who don't understand the true value in a good day's work. They're pushing the environmental scare, the fear tactics, inducing pathology among people through gender indoctrination and all kinds of other things.
Oh, we just need more socialists, and then they wouldn't come after us.
Yeah,
Yep.
more socialism, more communism, and then everything will be just peachy keen. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
You got it. And a big chicken dinner, too.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
They're basically saying, give in to our agenda and we'll stop attacking you.
No, that was a military joke. Big chicken dinner was a bad conduct discharge.
Oh, BCD.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I've got two honorable discharges. So I was a good Marine. At least as far as they know. like three or four good conduct medals. All that means is I didn't get caught.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just kidding. I was good. Well, no, Cyber, going back to what you were talking about with that Nancy Pelosi speech, it made me think of something. Talking about, globalization and, everybody falling under the umbrella of the one world government and all this other crap. I remember when I went to Afghanistan as part of coalition forces, Operation Enduring Freedom. And I went there as part of a foreign military advisor group. And we were way out there, embedded with host nation forces, living with, operating with, training with. We were actually training them. But, when we rotated back, when that deployment was over, they're like, oh, well, you need to go buy this ribbon. I was like, well, what the fuck is this? It was a NATO ribbon. I was like, we were under the command of NATO. I was like, I never saw anybody from NATO that I would have had to have taken orders from. So how the fuck was I under the command of NATO? I don't know. That was just strange to me because I never saw any NATO troops my entire deployment in Afghanistan. At least not the part I was in.
Well, that's called titular command. Because of the nature of the coalition. Of course, you didn't see any NATO troops.
No, because it was just us.
Yeah.
It was us. It was us and the Afghanis and the hell. Even the Afghanis were suspect at best, man. I tried to learn how to sleep with one eye open with a Condition 1 M9 service pistol under my pillow. Because I didn't want to wake up with my goddamn throat slit.
Well, has there ever been any war that has not used people or nations as someone else's proxy?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, all the time. I mean, you can trace that back all the way back through history, through the ages, through the centuries. Whatever, back to whenever the first actual armed conflict took place. You can trace that back. I don't know. That just always didn't sit right with me because I was like, I fell under the command of NATO. Like, no, like I didn't have some officer from NATO, showing up to my combat outpost, out there in the middle of fucking nowhere, Marja, Afghanistan, Helmand Province, giving me my marching orders.
Cyber, can you look up titular command and read the definition?
Well, no, I get what you're saying, Brandon, but the way I'm looking at it as, like, if we would have got into some shit, we couldn't get on the radio and call NATO for QRF. Hey, we're pinned down or whatever.
No, you follow
roll
your
out QRF because nobody from NATO is coming to help us. You know, the dudes in the blue helmets aren't going to show up and save the day.
Well, that'd be the UN.
Oh shit, my bad. Yeah, you're right. The UN, United Nations, the blue guys in the blue helmets, the peacekeepers. The UN, yeah. I'm sorry, NATO is a completely different entity, isn't it?
Yes.
My bad. I just associated it because it was a blue and white ribbon. I was thinking of the UN. My bad.
They don't want to
UN.
give me a. They don't want to give me a definition of that term with titular command. They'll give
Just
me the definition of titular is having the title and usually the honors belonging to an office or dignity without the duties, functions, or responsibilities.
That's exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
Nominal.
So it's basically being in command, air quote command, without any of the responsibility
or authority.
It's almost oxymoronic.
Sometimes you have to play politics with your allies.
It's watered down in such a way so as to absolve the people that are actually calling the shots because they're not in the executive or administrative position of orders.
Yeah, I mean, no, we were on our own out there, so.
I mean, because command specifically entails responsibility.
Yeah, that's what has to be modified when situations like that come up.
Yeah, I mean, the higher command, was battalion, but we were so damn far out there. They never would have got to us in time. So, just knock on wood, made it back in one piece without any extra holes in me.
Ooh, St. Louis County.
I wonder if that applies to what certain elements in the government did regarding the pandemic and in putting pressure on the social media platforms and employers in the workplace. And then after putting that pressure on them, just kind of backed away and said, well, we didn't make anybody's boss demand, mandatory vaccines. We didn't make these social media platforms censor people. We were just suggesting that they did.
Well, it's even worse than what you're describing because people, would work for a certain, like the CIA or the FBI or the, DHS or something like that. And then they'd turn around and they'd get a job at Google or Apple or Facebook or YouTube. And, they would be the government's people that they knew they could go to in case that some type of governmental request like, disinformation need to be out. This is all Project Mockingbird shit. It's been going on since the fucking 50s. Probably before that, but that's as far back as it's been traced. This is nothing new. They just fucking put it into place and have been using the fuck out of it for a long time. This is modus operandi.
Yep.
Now, is Bill Gates really in charge of Microsoft anymore? No, he's not. He stepped out of that role as the day-to-day operational control of the company. But if Bill Gates was to say to the guys at Microsoft, I want everybody to have a yellow background tomorrow, you'd have a yellow background tomorrow.
Titular command.
Titular.
So basically having a direct and domineering influence over the people who are in active command.
No, it's the opposite. You have no power if you're in titular command. You're a figurehead.
Okay. Kind of like Fauci and the science.
The science?
I think he had a lot of direct control. I know he was responsible for being a signator on a lot of funding requests. He had the power of the purse strings for a lot of this research.
How did somebody like him go from being a damn medical doctor to being involved in what was he?
Epidemiologist.
What was his title at the time?
Epidemiologist.
Yeah, but how did he get involved with presidential administrations?
Well, he's a advisor in the National Institute of Health, the NIH.
Yeah. Oh, that motherfucker needs to go to prison.
You cannot imprison the science.
Well, not to spread medical misinformation, but for all those who are out there listening, yes, I'm a pureblood.
We've been spreading it all day.
Yeah. I've been actively fucking thumbing my nose at my medical misinformation strike. Because when they did that to me, I decided I would just say, fuck you. Here's some more.
Well, man, I ain't trying to make life harder for you than it already is, so I didn't want to contribute, but okay.
Well, here's the way I look at it. Speak the truth. It doesn't matter if the truth makes people uncomfortable. Speak the truth.
No, but I was just trying to be respectful of your channel.
And many times, and I'm certain I've said this to almost everybody who gives me this advice or tells me they're trying to protect me, don't worry about it. I'll make another channel. YouTube is free.
Yeah.
I'm not monetized by this platform. This is not how I make my living. I don't
No, I
have
know.
any vested interest in lying for the sake of lying to keep my channel open.
Yeah.
This is a
Well,
free
no, I
speech
just remember.
zone.
Yeah. No, brother, I got you. No, I just remember when it really hit home for me was when I actually tested positive for it, for the kung flu. And I went home that day after work because I went and got tested at the VA. And I went home and I'm sitting there in my room, I walked in, told my dad what happened, went in my bedroom, shut the door, and I was like, crap, I got to call my kid. So I call, and I'm talking to her. She was like 13, 12 going on 13, or she might have been 13, I don't remember. It's in the summertime. And I told her, I was like, oh, your dad tested positive for COVID, and she fucking lost it. Like, no, like screaming and bawling. And I had to let her get that out of her system. I was like, honey, just, calm down, let dad talk for a second. I was like, I'm gonna be fine. I'm at home with grandpa. I'm not in the hospital. I'm not hooked up to any machines. I'm not gonna be in a hospital or hooked up to any machines. In 2 weeks, I'll be fine because I got medicine. And so once I talked her through that, I said, put your mother on the phone. And I told her mom, I was like, quit letting her watch the fucking news. You're scaring the shit out of her. Said she's a kid. She shouldn't have to be worried or afraid of this.
They tried to brainwash the public. It was a death sentence.
Yeah. That's why she reacted the way she did, because she thought I was going to die. She thought she thought her dad was going to die. And I was like, no, I'm not going to die. It was like, if I didn't die in combat, I'm not going to die from this. No. Like, I'm not getting taken out that easy. It was like, bigger and better men have tried, and I'm still here. So no, I'm not going to get taken out by some fucking virus with an almost 100% survivability rate. Fuck that. Like, oh, I have to stay home for 2 weeks and sit in my room and watch TV. Boo-hoo, poor, pitiful me. I got a 2-week fucking unpaid vacation. And then I got to go back to work.
I was in Ukraine when I got it, and I didn't even go to the doctor. I just treated it like it was a regular flu. I stayed away from everybody. The worst part about it for me was the fucking joint pain.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, no. What did it for me? What really made me decide to go and get tested was my chest started tightening up, and I wasn't able to draw a full breath. It wasn't like, I can't breathe, but it was shallow labored breaths, but it wasn't to where I couldn't breathe or I thought I was going to like hyperventilate or pass out. It never got to that point, but I mean, I could tell that something wasn't right. And I knew that was one of the symptoms. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just swing by the VA on the way home after work. And they swabbed me and they called me in a couple of days. And I told my boss what was going on. And then they called, they're like, yeah, you tested positive. I was like, right, what do I do now? Oh no, I'm sorry. They got the positive result while I was still at the VA because I was sitting outside because they were doing the testing outside in the parking lot. They weren't even letting people in the building. And so no, they gave me like high milligram dose of Tylenol, an inhaler, some kind of antibiotic, steroid, and I just took all that shit till it was all gone. Like I said, I just sat in my room or my bedroom at the time at my parents' house, the spare bedroom, because that's where I was. And I just sat there and watched TV and slept. I mean, I lost weight, I quit drinking for like a month, shaved my beard off. So, I mean, it wasn't a total horrible experience for me. But I mean, yeah, I got fatigued. I lost my appetite a little bit, and I slept.
Food tasted
And
really
yeah, there were
weird because I
some
couldn't
joint
smell.
pains, some aches and pains. It was like having the flu without the fever.
I had the fever.
You lost your sense of taste with it, Brandon?
No, I kept the sense of taste, but I couldn't smell,
Oh.
and everything tasted weird.
I never really completely lost my sense of taste or smell. But I didn't feel like drinking beer because I felt like I'd puke. So I just, I didn't drink for like a month while I was going through that. But I mean, I lost weight. And I was eating like once, maybe twice a day. So I mean, I wasn't eating as much. So I mean, I lost weight. I slimmed down a little bit. I mean, not that I was overweight, but I mean, I didn't lose my appetite completely and just lay in bed all day, struggling to breathe.
We were already in lockdown, and I don't think I even stopped giving lessons. I kept giving lessons, so I kept working the whole fucking time. So
I mean, were you working at a school?
I used to have an English school in Ukraine.
Yeah, yeah. So you were going into school I mean, were you having to wear a mask?
No, we were in lockdown, so nobody was going
virtual?
anywhere. Yeah, we're all doing it online.
Virtual, yeah. Man, I know that screwed my kid up along with a lot of everybody else's kids, man. That whole virtual learning.
Yeah, I was my
yeah.
students were all adults, so I didn't teach children.
That the final cost of that is still yet to be seen.
Yeah. No, you're not. No, that's still ongoing. But thank you, government, for all that. Appreciate it.
Come on, man.
Timmy, did you say you were on the road too?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Got a doctor's appointment.
No, you're going to the appointment?
Yes, sir.
Oh. You okay?
Yes, sir. I'm going for my fifth elective proctology exam this week.
Well, if that's the case, I hope everything's a-okay and your prostate gets massaged and is in good shape.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping too. Our doctor's got really small hands, so it's a joy.
It's always a bonus. You don't have some fat-fingered, doctor checking your oil. Have you seen the movie? You may or may not have seen it. And it's kind of an older movie. Well, nah, early 2000s, not old school. Road Trip. It's called Road Trip. It's got Tom Green in it. It's got the guy who played Stifler in American Pie.
I haven't seen that one. I saw one with Matthew McConaughey, or not Matthew Broderick from the 80s called Road Trip. Hell, who knows? It might be a fucking remake of it.
Movie. All right, then I won't.
Oh, and Phoebe Cates was in there too.
Oh,
and, yeah, believe it or not, she showed her tits.
I thought the only time she did that was in Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
No. She showed her tits in almost every fucking movie.
She didn't show them in Gremlins.
Oh, that's a shame. But they made a fucking joke. It's like they were sitting in the back of this fucking car on their way going across country, and they were fighting all the time, and they got into some bet where, he had to show his ass to a car, and she had to show her tits to another car, and he showed his ass, and they were laughing about it, and then she was forced to show her tits to the next car that come up, and it was a cop car. So they pulled him. They fucking pulled him over, and the guy gives her a ticket for a load not properly tied down.
Load not properly tied down.
Yeah. And of course, that got them kicked out of the car, so they're sitting on the side of the highway. And, it was a stupid movie. It was kind of funny though.
Well, the movie I'm talking about was dumb as fuck. So I mean, it was kind of funny. It had funny moments, but I mean, early 2000s teen comedy, kind of sort of in the realm of like American Pie type humor.
Yeah.
So where'd you say you're somewhere around St. Louis?
Yeah, I'm in St. Louis right now.
Oh, you're in St. Louis.
Yeah. We'll be crossing the Mississippi here in a bit.
No, man, I caught the like 30-second live stream that Hamster did the other day with you in the car where you blew his car up.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to lose control and like run off the road.
He was being a little drama hamster.
Yeah, he was kind of being a little bit dramatic, but it was still kind of funny. But I was concerned at the same time. I was like, dude, don't run off the road, man. Come on, keep both hands on the wheel, 10 and 2. Roll the window down. It'll be all right.
Yeah.
You didn't like permanently injure Sam, did you? He's probably used to it riding in the cab with you.
No. Sam worse than I do. They're bad.
His are worse than yours?
Yeah, he's a smelly little bastard. That's right. He's fucking sleeping away, being a good little truck dog.
Excuse me. So how much further you going before you stop?
Not too much further. I'm going to get into Illinois. There's a Love's up here, and I feel like taking a shower.
Yeah. Are you bobtailing or are you hauling?
I'm hauling.
Did you play the game today?
No, we haven't played the game yet.
Well,
we got 3 people. Hey, Hemi, do you want to play the game? I guess we don't have 3 people anymore.
No, Hemi dropped out. Cyber's muted. Outlaw's muted.
Yeah. Well, Outlaw never wants to play.
Yeah, I know. But no,
We
bro,
lost
man, I
him.
didn't know you were still live streaming. I just didn't know you were doing it on somebody else's channel.
Oh, here's Hemi. Hey, Hemi, you want to play the game?
Can't.
You can't? Oh, well.
He said can't. Like he's pouting. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow, depending on what time you get on the road. I mean, how much further you got to go after you pull out tomorrow?
About 400 miles. 8 hours. I can see the bridge. The Mississippi River Bridge is right up ahead of us. Maybe a mile.
Have you been keeping in touch with Grinchy?
Oh, yeah. We talked yesterday. He was
Is he
on
back
earlier.
home?
He was, but they just sent him back to the hospital again today. We don't have any details of what's going on, but he's back in. So put him back in your prayers.
I should give him a call, man, if he's able to even answer the phone.
Text him and ask him to call you. That way, if he's awake, he'll do it.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
says
well,
he's been really tired, sleeping a lot. So
I can only imagine how exhausting what he's been going through must be, or taxing, on your mind, on your body. And the fact that he's been through it before multiple times, and yeah, so yeah, I'll hit him up.
to Illinois, motherfuckers!
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just in the doctor's office now. I'll play when I get out, okay?
Probably not. I'll probably be shut down by then.
Okay.
Well, hey, good. Hey, Hemi, have a good time getting your butthole checked out.
Should I live stream it?
Yeah.
Sure, why not? We're all friends here, I guess. Is that really what he's going to the doctor for, or is he just trying to be funny?
He's just being funny. He didn't actually say why he went to the doctor. I think maybe it's just an annual physical.
No.
We're gonna fry up some sausage tonight and have some pasta with sausage.
What was that, Brandon?
I'm planning what's for dinner.
Oh.
Planning on cooking up some sausage.
Some sausages?
Yeah, then making some pasta.
Well, hey, man, brother, I'm glad you're back. Sorry I didn't know that you were streaming over on Hemi's channel, which I'm not even sub to. I didn't know he had a channel. Well, I mean, obviously he has a channel, but I always just talked to him and dealt with him, on here. So I never even thought to go
No
over and throw
worries.
him. How dare you? How dare you? Little Dave Wolf, send me a link and I'll throw you a sub.
Give me a second.
I like a grilled chicken sub with green peppers, please.
Which one of your subs do you want on this grilled chicken?
Whichever one tastes best grilled.
Well, I bet if you were to get like a Miss Elite sub, it would taste like catfish.
Ugh, not a Miss Elite sub.
Probably feed 200 people off of that thing.
Swampy hippo butt.
Thinking about that'll ruin subs for me for the rest of my life. And I like subs.
Yeah, just imagine how many candles you can make out of her.
There's something weird been going on with my subs. It has stayed at 1226, but I keep getting indication that I have -2, -2, -3, -4, -5 subs in the last 28 days, but the number is not changing.
Yeah. Yeah, I get boosts in sub numbers. I mean, notification that people were subscribing. And my account doesn't change either.
They keep telling me that mine's going down, but it's not. It's weird.
How many of them are they not showing you that you actually do have?
Yeah. It was actually up to 1232 back in May when Sugar Bear made his hate stream about me. Well, I wouldn't really call it a hate stream. It was more of a disingenuous straw man argument because I triggered him.
Well, that's not hard to do.
Nope.
There's Cahokia.
I deliberately kept his name out of it so that people who didn't already know wouldn't know. Because if they don't already know, it's none of their business. But I was marking the emotional context of the situation in timeline, as well as implicating Bullet's involvement in the situation as a possible antagonizer. And the reason I ultimately decided to make it public is because I wanted to see if Kush would respond to that himself naturally, or if someone else would have to gas him up. And you know what happened? Somebody else had to gas him up. And they gave him a sound bite. Unless he twisted it out of context on purpose, because given what I said before and after the sound bite that he shared and twisted, there's no way, if he had watched the full context or even shared my full statement, that he would have believed I was talking about something other than what I had actually meant by what I said. And he had to change what I said so that he could make an implication that I was telling Contriver he couldn't talk to women, so that he could call me a hypocrite after showing a clip of me talking to a woman. What I was doing is I was singing a song by Pink Floyd called Breathe, where he says, "Leave, but don't leave me. Look around, choose your own ground. For long you live and high you fly, and smiles you'll give and tears you'll cry. And all you touch and all you see is all your life will ever be." Because I was trolling her. Lightly, lightheartedly, to suggest that maybe she was being a little too emotional in this situation, because I saw her start to attack her friends because she got involved in an emotional skirmish and other guys were getting involved in it. And as it usually plays out when people are fighting in the midst of a fog, there's a lot of collateral damage. And that fog is that of emotion, emotional frenzy. So I was trolling her, ribbing her a little bit, like, you're being kind of emotional and in the moment, and your feelings are going to subside, but any kind of damage that you might be causing in this moment is going to leave some scars. So, to suggest she be careful with the collateral. That was my effort. Whether it stuck or not, I mean, as a woman, right? So.
Yeah, who cares?
You never know.
Unless it's your mom or your sisters or your daughter. Yeah.
Yep. You can't remove the words that someone actually said, replace them with your own, and then spin the whole context into something else in order to say, hey, your argument is bad and I'm going to defeat it. No, that's a straw man. A misrepresentation of a person's actual position, statement, or argument in order to lift up a false effigy, slap somebody's face on it, and then proceed to beat it down and say, look who I defeated. No, you didn't. I mean, according to my statement to Contriver, which was, I'm not inclined to believe anything about a man just because of some questions that a woman asks him in the chat. I'm not going to believe that someone is what someone else insinuates because I'm more of a watch a person's patterns in their behavior. And when you see it for yourself, then you can know. And the context there, and you know, because you were there, I was telling him that I'm not inclined to believe anything about him because of some questions that Alice had asked him in the chat.
Yeah.
Kush tried to turn that around and say that I was telling Contriver he couldn't talk to Good Mother. That's okay. I mean, if that's the way you took it, makes me wonder why.
All done.
Oh, you are done. Cool.
Yep, I'm out of there.
All right.
That loves you wanted me to look at says they have many spots.
Yeah. They got lots of spots. I'm there
Yep.
right now. I'm actually in the parking lot of the Lowe's right now.
Oh, awesome.
Parking.
Your day's about ready to come to an end.
Yeah. Short one today, only 10 hours.
Ah, you did an extra long one yesterday.
Yeah.
Hey, brothers, I'm going to go ahead and jump out for you in the stream. Brandon, good to see you again. Hemi, good to see you. Cyber, good to see you. Always a pleasure. Outlaw, even though we didn't get to talk. I heard you earlier. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Are you planning on streaming, Brandon?
Yeah.
All right. Then I'll see you
Later,
guys tomorrow.
Godfather.
Good to see you back, Godfather. Take care,
Thanks,
brother.
man. You guys have a good night. Bye.
Good night.
That doctor of mine, he's been fucking my doctor since I was an infant. He's
Cool.
ready to he's ready to retire, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he delivered me. And thankfully we talk all this shit about doctors and all that, but he never once the pushed the shit on any of my family or myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a bit of a pill pusher. Like, he'll give you whatever pill you want. My mom fucking abuses the shit out of that. But he does respect your right to your choice of your medical direction.
All right. Well, I'll be right back. I'm going to take Sam for a little bit of a piss break, and then we'll shut her down.
Yeah, right on.
Oh, Sammy, you don't need to run back to the back.
Come catch me, fat man. Catch me, fat man. Come on. You can't catch me.
For Sammy me.
What, Biden?
Hey, do you think if we taught Sam to say, let's go, Brandon, that he wouldn't understand the context and just keep repeating it? You think we could get away with playing him like that? He is a Democrat.
Sometimes I think it would be easier to teach a dog to speak English than convert some other people. So, you might have better success teaching the dog.
Chihuahua.
Yes. The Chihuahua.
No mas.
You got a dog?
No, I haven't had a dog in almost 7 years now.
Life's better with a dog.
I got my neighbor's dogs to help keep me awake at night.
There you go.
They help keep me awake at night and run at me, barking at me when I come home from work.
Proxy pooches. It's a good show today, even though a short one, he said. It was a good one. Covered lots of ground. Lots of shit to think about.
Did you catch all of Hammerhand's Sunday stream?
Yes, that was a good stream too.
He's got a lot of good points. What I would put most emphasis on regarding the scripture that I read,
All right,
would be the part that says they corrupt themselves.
Right.
And I've mentioned to people before how if someone is on a course of self-destruction, the most important thing for good people to do is just put themselves beyond the possibility of defeat, like Sun Tzu suggested in Art of War Chapter 4. Because if they're going to destroy themselves, that would explain a lot of why they're so antagonistic, because they're trying to entice people to open their gate, to let their gate down, to try and come out and fight them on contentious ground, when all we got to do is protect our own.
The Twitch guy with a great name, Lobato Tube. I like it. Welcome to the show. Well, gentlemen, we've come to the end of another day on the road. Been driving for 10 hours, and I'm done. I went for 14 yesterday. I don't want to do that again. So,
Good show today, Brandon.
Yeah, I will be probably on the road around 6 a.m. tomorrow. Then I'll have a lovely 8-hour drive.
Is that
to get there.
Central?
6 Central, yeah.
Okay, that's more doable.
And apparently, Seraphin's been on troll duty. So, are you guys talking about the multiple rainbows from Grimmett the Husky, whoever that is? I don't know, but he has three posts or 4 posts where he's posting a bunch of rainbows. Probably his idea is to honor Pride Month or something like that. So maybe. RO is going to get clean. He needs it. So, but it's a little early for him. So, anyways, remember, if you want to avoid the pitfalls of indentured servitude and usury, there's a philosophy by the name of MGTOW, men going their own way, which has come up with 3 tenets to help you avoid that pitfalls of usury and indentured servitude. They are no marriage, no cohabitation, and no new children. This will keep you out of all kinds of bad things. You won't have your finances raped. You won't have your children stolen. And quite frankly, you won't have to put up with a nagging cunt that just wants to spend your money like it's her money and has society backing her up saying, what's yours is hers and what's hers is hers.
You go, girl.
You go, strong and empowered. They spend 70% of the fucking family budget. 70%. My goodness gracious. That means even, if you count, which they don't, the fucking price of the domicile, the price of the utilities, the price of the insurance. Against the man, and then 70% of the disposable income, 70% of the total income, minus those necessary things, is spent by the female. All the guys I know, the most they will fucking buy is maybe a fucking Harley once every fucking decade or so. Maybe a ski boat, something like that. The rest of it is fucking supporting those fucking parasites. But the philosophy was put to us by a bunch of helpful guys, helping other men stay away from the pitfalls of indentured servitude and usury. And so if you have a chance, help a brother out. If you're on your purpose, and your purpose is determined by you, not anybody else, you can manage your life to be at a position where you'll have cash to help if they need that. And most often, people just need someone to listen, to make a phone call, to write an email or a text message. Say, hey, are you doing all right today? Because nobody's going to fucking do anything for men except other men. You're not going to get it from your government. You're certainly not going to get it from your female friends and relatives. And, because we're not anti-gynocentric, we're not anti-female here. We're not, the philosophy says nothing about hating women. It certainly is only about protecting men. MGTOW is for normal men. Not the men who like the pride parades, but normal men. Peace out. And I'll see you on the road again tomorrow. Bye.
Have a good one.